It's a flat world. It's a flat world. But yeah, these are all songs or psalms in a sense. I think it now that most of the popular songs and most of the successful songs are psalms. They're delivering truth because they're coming from a place that is already ingrained or incorporated, inculcated within relative to our knowing anyway. The truth is knowing,
AP,
greater knowing. Yeah, I'm done now. I'm just talking because no one was talking, so okay, off you go.
yeah, AP, yeah. Could you just can you Google the Prime Minister of Indonesia and just look at his name and tell me what it's like?
Hello, snacks.
Can you just can you just do that for me?
Yes, I will, of course.
Thank you.
Now, before I do it, are you looking for an interpretation along any particular line, or just what I make of it? Are you looking for me to
Uh,
decode it somewhat?
yeah, it should be obvious.
Okay, okay. Okay. Well, I typed in Prime Minister of Indonesia. It just comes up with President, so maybe I'll just refine that search. Joe, you're kidding me!
Right.
Yoko Odono!
His name, my man's name is Joko Widodo. Is the name
From Indonesia!
of Indonesia, also known as Jenkui Dodo to his friends.
Oh, you're kidding.
I heard that story on the NPR on the radio yesterday, driving around. I almost had to pull over after I heard it.
That's fucking. Hey, Snacks, that's fucking mad. That's fucking mad. That is mad. Someone is taking the piss out of me, definitely. God, you're taking the piss out of me. None of this is real, is it? It's just. This is
His
all
name is.
just formulating
Did you read it? Was his name is
position in my
Joko
mind.
Dodo? That's his name.
That's unbelievable. That is unbelievable, man.
It's Joko Dodo. It's fine. It's cool.
That is so funny, man. That's so funny. How do we make of these things, Snacks? Come on, bud. How do we make of these things? It has to be scripted. Our lives have to be scripted.
Do you think that Joko Dodo?
Laid down, don't they?
Did you see a picture of Joko Dodo? And can you verify for me that he looks like he could be played by Will Smith or Barack Obama at this point? I mean, I'm serious.
Right. Well. Okay.
You see a picture of him in his bowl haircut?
Okay. Well. Okay. So is that so? That's a live possibility. I thought that was a sort of like a joke, but okay, that's a live possibility, is it? I fucking see it straight away. Listen, what the fuck is going on here? This 1 minute, straight away.
Picture of him?
Are you kidding me? Anyway, that's Barack Obama. Of course, I know Barack Obama's in real. That's Will Smith. Will Smith is the dodo. Joker dodo. That's so funny, isn't it? I'm not saying it's true, but that's so funny. That's the first thing I see. Let me just post a picture here. I don't mind what people say. Hey, Snack, I've sat down, I've talked to people, and not deliberately. I've known some people in passing, and we just ended up over the years talking about certain things. But I've told them everything, and they were always with me. A lot for most of the point. They were always with me. Corona's a hoax. Flat Earth, positive, everything's been hidden from us. But the minute, and I always insisted on doing it as well. The minute I mentioned Barack Obama, it's Will Smith. Sorry, Will Smith is Barack Obama, is Osama bin Laden, everything I said beforehand. I was garnering great respect and, almost admiration from. Just faded, fizzled away, just evaporated where they had to go. I think I'd learn, but I'll still say it. I stick by it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, though, I've been fooled. I've been fooled. It's the, what do you call it? It's almost the bottom line, but I already know it's not the bottom line. You know what I mean? So, but I will still insist on it because it's where I'm at. It's where I'm at. I'm actually looking to post in conjunction with that. It's mad though, isn't it?
Just look at him.
Hey, think about it
Oh
from
my!
a scriptural point of view. Think about it from a scriptural point of view. What do you call him? Obama. And remember all the Congress confusion at very, very sensitive times. But Obama only went and killed Osama in order to killing of it with SEAL Team 6. Anyway, but yeah, he only went and killed himself in that sense. It's hilarious, man. I'm saying it's true, but fuck, that's hilarious. If it's all scripted out, that's fucking scripted out. There was a Sergeant Gunnar O'Neill who, according to the conspiracy story, who shot Osama in the face while Osama was watching porn in his fucking confine in Pakistan or wherever he was. And SEAL Team 6, who all died in a helicopter crash conveniently after it. I mean, it's all fucking madness. Funny madness. I think the creator has the best sense of humor going. Actually, I should do that with this guy now. Joe, I have to look more into him. That's who I saw originally.
Like, this might be a major piece of the puzzle.
Oh man.
But I don't.
Is there anything special about Indonesia? So remember, your anecdotal definitely listed as a dodoism snacks. Indonesia with Joku Dodo. Well, actually, if I was to remain loyal to Dodoism, what am I going to call him? If I'm going to remain loyal to the Dodoism, so he's going to be Joko. He's going to be Joko we Dodo Dodo. No, he's going to be Joko we Dodo Dodo. Because every do is the way it's repeated in a lot of okay. Thank you for that lead. What do we make of Indonesia? Is there anything special happening? Is there any significance about that place itself?
How was that his name? And then it's like I don't know. It's mystifying me right now.
That's unbelievable, isn't it? If it's all a greater script, I'm sure you tune into IPS, of course you do. But if it's all, and you have your own, what do you call it? But yeah, if it's all a greater scripted thing. That's almost too. How revealing is that, though? How revealing is that? Hey, snacks. When I found out that Michael Jackson was the Five Alive Dodo, I didn't know anything about this. I was a burgeoning flat earther at the time, maybe looking into it, but the video itself came out in 2011, so people already suspected that he faked his death. And there was even there's a forum set up, the Michael Jackson Fake Death Forum, and it was sort of early established, like early established. I was going to say like Clues forums, but I mean that. I don't mean that in any referential way, except to say that it's like early established. Once you delve into it, that yes, we're dealing with fucking fakery here. We're dealing with some sort of scripting out, some prepared, massive. Oh, I found out something else about 9/11 you might be interested in actually, but actually that's a different matter. It's about Radiohead and what they were doing in 9/11, where they were playing, and based on the skyline, it's Frankfurt is called Manhattan. So that's another clue. That's another clue. Maybe very few people will get, but something that I just heard the other day on a quiz show. And I was going, no way, because it reminded me of that story. But yeah, fucking hell, man. Fucking hell, if it's all scripted, you know. So early doors, you're onto the fact that it's all scripted out in some sense. But what coherency, what semblance or connections can be made to go figure, to put the pieces together. That's unbelievable now. I'm so Joku Do what's his Joku We Dodo. We Dodo as well. New some Dodo.
This little Dodo joker.
Just see Dodo, new some Dodo. Dodos are us is a great one. That's so funny, isn't it?
Yeah, that's really fun. No, because like when I heard it on the radio, they were like Genkui Dodo, and I was like Genkui Dodo. His last name's Dodo, but then when I got more specific on it, that's like his like more formal name, but he goes by Joko, and I was like, this is.
Is it uncanny? That resemblance to Obama is uncanny.
How does he look like that too? On top of it, like how does that play? Like I don't know. Dodo me this, man.
What I was going to say was just when I was back in 2011 when Michael Jackson or someone made this video, which was Michael Jackson has been leaving clues around. You've seen the video before, but it's sort of associating him with this character, the Five Alive Dodo. It's unbelievable. That's back in 2011. So I just came in and made the connections looking back. They were already planted there. You know what I mean? So that this guy here, surely it has to be connected. Surely it has to be. But that's what I was asking you. Is there any specific significance to Indonesia right about now? Is it? I know there's fucking uproar everywhere. Snacks. What the heck is going on? What's going on with the world? But is there any specific? I would say connection with Indonesia. Just in terms of world, I don't know.
There's gotta be some actors here. I don't know. You know, according to your research, it should be actors at work if this is such a coincidence.
There's actors, everyone. They all went along with the fucking. Okay, the actually, I sang My Corona's a Hoax song today, would you believe it? But yeah, I just said it in the song title there. And don't tell me any censors out there, I can't say a song title. So yeah, I think all the countries went along with the CH. But yeah, so they all have to be actors. Everything has to be an act. All the people are put in place. Everyone. To what degree? Who knows? Who knows? I say maybe I think we have to take it to extreme degrees and take them all as caricature actors. Take them all, and then we look at their names, we look at their background, we look at what they're selling, and we'll get some greater connection to. That's what I say, Snacks. I think that this guy, Joker here, he's a bit player. JFK is a bit player. All these characters are a bit. Michael Jackson is a bit player in a sense. But they're predominant bit players, you know what I mean? They're just part and parcel of a greater script here. And who's the one player? Well, maybe that's all of us. All of us, or one. So that's the way I look at it, definitely. So I have no problem thinking that this character was created or put in place, well, to bring Dodo back into awareness. It's already there. Child Soother's a Dodo to millions of children around the earth. The Dodo is the first sound that gives this soothing association. Do, musical, central C scale, from do to do. Bread is made from dough, money is made from dough. So I think it's just this in our conscious awareness, which is always there, but it's just a reminder, consistent reminder, and things like this then just bring it to the forefront when the context is right. And I guess you have to sort of come to flat earth to think, well, especially what I have to say about the dodo. I don't believe there's anyone else talking along the lines I'm talking about, but it's just because I came to flat earth, I had a different context for what the dodo might really mean, as opposed to, well, yeah. the story he delivered, which is obviously nonsense.
It's a window. It's a winner. Joko Widodo. It's a windodo.
Hey, Windows on of the world, wasn't that the top, the falling guy, the Joker in a sense, isn't it? Tim Osmond talks a lot about the Joker in relation to Batman. What's his name? Phoenix. What's his name in the movie? Oh yeah, you see, I don't like to get. Oh yeah, not Tim is obviously exceptional.
I think you should really you should get his opinion on this Joker fella.
Oh, I'll post that. I'll post that. I was talking the other evening on. I'm a member of Tim's Discord, and he lets me in for free. And I have my own channel there as well. Not my own channel, my own section, which is the Dodo and other Arcanum. So I do actually post stuff there, not as I should. I don't know what I should be doing. I have about 5 books in me along these specific lines, and the Dodo is just the start of it, really, or it's like half the story. You know what I mean? But yeah, I will definitely mention that. That's hilarious, Snacks. Yeah. Thank you for that.
Well, the funny thing is, you know, he's not like he's like a businessman, this Joko. You know, it's like some kind of Indonesian businessman.
I'm reminded of Yoko.
What sounds shadier than this? If I say like, "Hey, what do you do for your job?" It's like, "Oh, I'm an Indonesian businessman." Doesn't that sound shady? I know it does. And so I'm saying, like, how did he become the prime minister of Indonesia? Based Indonesia.
This is amazing. Wow, this is amazing.
I don't know. Is he? I don't know. He might be like the president of the world. You know, if the world's run by the Dodo people. Dodo. He's like, I don't know.
I would never
obviously cloned from Barack Obama and Will Smith's DNA. Regarding a test tube.
This is so funny now, man. This is so. I think everything is accelerating. Fucking hell. That's such a lead now, and of course I will post it over in Tim's, and maybe we can all collectively develop on this. If there's a greater script, and somehow it does connect to the Dodo, what can we garner? Where can we go with that? Dodo, of course, leads to Aristarchus Snacks. So I was talking about this today, and I'm going to post. Actually, I wrote it down. Because I couldn't believe it. I said, "Fuck off." So it's the Bhagavad Gita.
Back up just a step. Like,
okay, go on.
On your push pin board of red threads and stuff. How is the Dodo Aristarchus though?
The Dodo is the stump, and the tree is Aristarchus. The tree is cut. Oh, anyway, listen to this. No. You look this up immediately if you want, because I have it written down. I actually got a new notepad yesterday. Maybe I'll start writing again, taking things seriously to some degree. I don't know. Anyway, it is chapter 15, text. I think you said it was text 2 of the Bhagavad Gita, which is Bhagavad Gita. I actually have a copy here. I've made my way through some chapters, but it is Bhagavad Gita translates as the Song of God or God's Song. But if you type in chapter 15, text 2, he talks about the upside down tree. Krishna talks about the upside down tree. And that's what he stopped. I was playing today, and Jack is something else. How would I explain Jack? I won't even try. He's a Vedic practitioner, and he is a wonderful man. I just know him in passing. But he's listened to me. I listen to what he has to say in passing, and I would consider him a good friend of mine. But just in passing as well, I saw him today for maybe 20 minutes, just talking away, taking a break from singing. But yeah, chapter 15, text 1. He said you have to listen to this, and he read it out from his phone, and I said no fucking way. Because that's what I was talking about to him in terms of where I've come from, flat earth and beyond. He was actually talking that he's more spiritual, so it's not about flat versus globe earth. There's a different story for him, but he was actually talking about flat earth to one of his companions at some point, so that's a good thing in itself. But yeah, fantastic. The upside down tree, The limbs are flailing around. Everything is misplaced, and actually, I'll bring it up. That's what I have it written down to bring it up myself and study it a bit more. But very interesting. So yeah, that's how it connects to the dodo. So if the dodo is the cut tree, the stump, then the tree itself is Aristarchus. And actually, the dodo, you remember Joko Widodo, Yoko Ono, almost sort of interconnected. Well, that's connection with John Lennon. And Paul McCartney / Paul was the dodo. John Lennon's Jesus-like figure, Ringo Starr, George Harrison. So if it's all connected in that sense, you understand. I'm not going to go on about that.
I was just thinking before if Joko Widodo was married to Yoko Ono and then took her last name.
There's a song in that. There's a song in that somewhere.
Joko Widodo Ono. And so therefore, yeah.
That's something else now.
He looks like Spock, but Barack Obama. He looks like Spock as Barack Obama. How is that? How does that work? Like just from a little. Maybe it's just because my phone sucks.
Bring up the highest. This is what if people wonder why I turn images upside down. I tell you, I didn't always do it.
I don't know. I think you should do some photo forensics.
Yeah, well, you know it. You know it well enough.
I think this case requires a name.
He's an artist. Zach, when you listen, I know you've heard me say this before, but when we look at someone directly or some image directly, our brain sort of fills in the gaps because we know everyone has a fucking face, has eyes, a hairline, ears, etc. So we sort of become lazy about it in a certain sense because we have no reason to, delve so deeply into it. When there's controversy and there is a suspected man in a mask, now by turning it upside down, you can see certain things upright, but by turning it upside down, our brain is more keen because now we're not used to seeing this. Over history, we sort of shake ourselves out of that, or we shake our brains out of that by turning things upside down. And now all the artificial aspects or artificialities, which is the applied prosthetics, the makeup, the concealers, all that sort of stuff, and they jump out more because there's not blood flowing through them. So the natural versus the unnatural will come across easier. So that's why I turn images upside down. But I'm going to be doing that, of course, with my friend Widodo. Je suis Widodo. Je suis and Widodo. Or Dodo and Widodo, I guess. It would be just sweet Joko. Just sweet and Joko and Dodo and Widodo. That sounds like I can speak Chinese. That's the best one now. That's the best one I've heard in a while.
I'm glad. I mean, it's only because he's like, a political figure that I even heard of him. But who could have a more dodo name than that? Anyway, like known or unknown, right? Is there somebody more like, hey, my name's Dodo E Dodo Dodo? You can't get more. I don't know. That's pretty hardcore.
It's hilarious. These script writers are hilarious. I've said that for ages. If we look at it in the right sense, all of these fake media stories. Okay, you can go, they're fake, yeah. Oh, I'm going to fight against the people who are saying they're real. You're a cunt for saying that. Yeah, why would you deny the deaths of blah blah blah. But yeah, you can get engaged in that continuously, or now you can look at all of just script writing. You can look at all of the different characters. You can look at all of the different acting parts, and you can see the fucking great comedy. I think we're in the midst of God's laughter. I really do. I think we'll burst our bollocks off, excuse my language, at all of this at maybe the end of the day. I think we will. I think we might do anyway. I think God or the Creator has the greatest sense of humor going.
We could start a movement to recognize Joko Widodo as the king of Earth. Just start calling him like he's the king of Earth. Actually, you know, like we ordain it. So, and then the new age can begin.
Do what you do. Go ahead. Do what you have to do.
And the age of the rule of Joko Widodo can, you know, begin. The world will start anew. That's just one man's opinion. Yeah.
That's unbelievable. Well, you're hardly one man, Snack. You're one of the greatest minds around.
Well, Pete, without your great mind at work here, I would have never been able to pluck this one out of the ether for you. But there you go.
I love you, bud. Actually,
yeah, it's off-putting because it's like a Joko, but it's no. Clearly, this is not a Joko. It's an inside Joko.
Yeah, all the men are laughing around the table because we're taking it all so seriously. But they are, inner circle. You know the joke. This is what all the 33 codes are. It's letting the people in the know that this is all a joke. So you know you've got to come to appreciate the greater. Not repeating words, I guess, but I don't know, the greater story, which you're already ingrained within. You've already been let within. You're let into. I don't think the greater story is so complex. Snacks, I really don't. And why I say that, of course, it is very, very complex. But I think I've now had the potential to live forever, which means that I lived beforehand, which means that I must have forgotten stuff I've known to come in here for some reason. So that's the way I look upon all of this. I really do. That is just the icing on. It's not quite. It's not Christmas yet. Actually, the turkey is this artificial dodo. Isn't it funny how everything is inverted or reversed? Because the dodo bird never existed, you see. But that's a different matter. But I think everything is coming to maybe fruition. Maybe in my own terms, anyway. This might all be a dream. It almost seems like a dream. In a way, I think I'm possibly the most famous man on Earth. I said to Tim Osman, actually, you're the most famous man on Earth. I said that to Tim Osman, and that's Ozman, and I mean that. He took over the... See, remember this. If Flat Earth Truth comes out, Kanye West now is associating with Kyrie Irving, Owen Benjamin. I don't pay attention to this, but I'm just thinking that, you know, they're two flat earthers. Flat Earth is a big topic. Many people, did you mention Flat Earth today? I did. Of course I did. Of course I mentioned Flat Earth to people today. I try to do it every day. But if the Flat Earth Truth comes out in a sense, or the Ball Earth Lie, if you want to put it like that, that's a better way of putting it. Then who will be put up on a pedestal over all of the great contributors, all of the great giants of science minds over history? Einstein was voted the man of the century or the man of the universe, whatever. But yeah. Mark Sargent, and here's my point, Snack. Mark Sargent, Mr. Flat Earth, Patricia Steer, Miss Flat Earth. Tim Osman came on the scene with "I am Mark Sargent" meme. Do you remember that? So that's what I said to Tim. In terms of that greater setting, you're the most famous man on Earth, and I don't.
Right, but that "I am Mark Sargent" thing is kind of like an inside riff on like Stolen Valor and a little bit of like almost like his own type of crisis acting, but in a inside like a nod to crisis acting, I guess, to go up there and then to do that. So
Sure. That's one
I
of the
don't know.
differing layers, though. So my layering is sort of the extreme. So Tim has taken over the baton from Mark. So Tim is now the chief clue giver. Excuse me, I don't mean to get it out, but Tim is now the chief clue giver. That's what I'm saying. And Tim, how many flat earthers are 9/11 hoaxers? The problem with 9/11, if you're
Are
not
they
a
like
hoaxer
assigned
of
the
9/11,
clue
is you
giver?
fail to see
You
the
are now
greater
ordained
symbolic
as the clue
tail
giver.
snacks. You know what I
So
mean?
they
And that's what you do.
ordained them in a ceremony.
Yes, but I'm just saying, whether it's true or not, which I hold it is true, 9/11 was a symbolic hoax. But unless you accept it as a hoax, as a flat earther, then you're going to fail to go through to the deeper levels,
No,
which
I'm
were.
just saying, like, do you think that Sergeant and IPS both are under the umbrella of a larger, like,
Yes,
secret society, and
yes,
that
absolutely. Absolutely. And Dave said it. I was actually. Do you know who I met the other day again, Snacks? You wouldn't believe it. You know No One's Flower?
yeah,
Nora?
I recall her from
Did you
yeah.
meet her? Did you
No,
meet her?
I
Jim
did not.
Panda actually met her. And I was trying to eke out of
I've
him
actually
what
never
was.
like I've actually like never exchanged more than like maybe one hi. I think that was about
Okay.
the extent.
Well, I
But
met
other
the
people
South.
I've known know her real well. So
That's okay. So, well, you know she's associated with. Actually, perfect. I said it to Nora. Oh, if Tim Osman, which is IPS, is the chief clue giver, he opens up his hangouts with, which are brilliant. They're absolutely brilliant. Tim is an amazing man. Actually, the reason I mentioned that in the first place, a new perspective here, Dave said, if Mark Sargent is, if Mark Sargent is a Mason, Tim Osman is Illuminati. So in other words, there's a different gradient in play here. But I said this to Nora the other day.
well, he's
I was,
Penguinati. I mean,
yeah,
I don't know.
yeah, that's brilliant, bud. The Penguin, Pepe came along a few short months after the Dodo was sort of, what would you call it, reinvigorated, if you want to put it like that. And I noted at the time that Pepe had the face of Homer Simpson, who's famous for his doughs and his donuts. But that's okay. But I was saying it to Nora that Tim opens up his shows with a Lucifer Tim song, 33rd Degree. And didn't it happen that Nora and Lucifer Tim were a couple for years? A couple for years. Isn't that fucking hilarious?
Yeah, that's well, it's a funny crisscross because it's Tim, it's another Tim and another Lucifer. Well, because IPS has that Lucifer tattoo across his chest, you know.
Someone mentioned that to me, that he whipped off his what do you call it, his shirt
I
or his
guess
t-shirt one night, and he had a big, what's it, Satan that said,
I
or
never
Lucifer
I
or
never
something.
asked to see it in person. You know, I met him a
He's a
couple of
wind
times.
up. Do you know what Nora said to me the other day? She said,
He's not the kind of person you just
they were at a meetup. They
like
were at
take to
hang
ask
on,
stuff.
listen to this. They were at a flat earth meetup, and along comes Tim Osman, IPS, with two prostitutes on one of either arm. She said that to me. I don't know her. She just said that to me though, and I was laughing my arse off because I was going along the lines that you just said with Satan tattooed across his chest. That's Tim's humor.
Well,
That's
it doesn't
Tim's
say it. No,
provocative sort of
I think
nature.
he would make a
Sorry.
distinction, but it literally says Lucifer, just like emblazoned
That's
in some
well,
kind of way.
maybe. Hey. Snacks. Are you looking at chat?
So I'm not.
Okay, look at chat, bud. So I just posted Barack Obama, Will Smith. What do you reckon of this one? So I think you've seen this before anyway. You might have
All I
anyway.
care about is the big Joko. That's what I want to know.
That's hilarious,
I
man.
want to know about Joko, and I want to know.
Oh, bud, listen, bud. Something is culminating here. Something is culminating here. Now, what do you reckon of that, Snacks? I just posted in chat. So the thing about the dodo was that there was a missing etching on the original, you know, maybe you know the story. I don't want to go into it as well because I'm taking up time and maybe pissing people off. It's such a fascinating story. It's the story of all of us. It's a brilliant story, the best story ever told. But the missing etching showed up a face underneath the dodo's wing, which was the face of Paul / Paul McCartney. Now, people ask me, how could that be when the etching were created 100 years beforehand? Well, the characters of the Beatles, the Pauls, they were created around the face underneath the dodo's wing to begin with. So there's a connection there. But anyway, there's a deeper connection. What do you reckon of the connection between... do you know who that is on the left, as I just posted? You know who that is on the right? That's Tim Osman on the right. He is a very... I think someone said his name is... And I'm not disrespecting Tim. I love Tim. Love Tim. I'm not saying that in any other way. He's just a fantastic man. Obviously, he's playing a part. Obviously, that there are roles for many different people. I'm not going to hate everyone I realize are playing a role. No, I'm going to play along in a sense, but let you know that I know what's going on.
Pete, is this the guy with the Lucifer tattoo? This is the guy you love?
Lucifer Tim in 33rd Degree. If you go back and listen to Tim Osmond's Hangouts, then you will see he opens up his shows, potentially the greatest shows in history, with Lucifer Tim's 33rd Degree. And Lucifer Tim was the boyfriend of No One's Flower, Nora, who I met.
Yeah, I'm starting to see what you're saying there, Pete.
So now the guy on the left is the dodo. The guy on the left is the dodo.
Only because like no, but No One's Flower is like a fan of both pictures, like a super fan of the Patty Steer Mark Sargent circuit, right?
Yes.
From way back.
Yes, she is.
And so was the other.
I said, Nora, you were planned. I didn't put it in that forceful way, but I already told her the last time I met her, I was busking away in Limerick. She came along just like the last time.
You met her in person?
I met her the other day. We sat down and we had a cup of coffee. I bought her a hot chocolate. We had a great chat. Fantastic chat. I swear to you, it's true.
Okay. All right. Okay.
You shouldn't swear. I don't like to swear. You know what I mean? What do you call it? But just to show you the connection, well, you like this, Snacks, in this context then. Yeah, this is great. This is pretty good. 1 second. Yeah, I met her a couple of days ago, and we had a chat for about an hour and 15 minutes, and it was great. It was great. She's involved in lots of things, and a special sort of scandal at the... Will you never believe this? She's involved in a scandal at the minute up in Ireland, in Dublin, right? So just to cut it briefly, it's a hunger strike. So there's a hunger strike organised by people to help the homeless. I'm going straight away, okay, that's fair enough. There's lots of other things that we need to fucking help people with. But, okay, what's the name of the guy she's associated with? His name is Paul Lennon. Would you believe it? We were just talking about the dodo beforehand, and we were talking about infiltrators, plants, etc. And she already suspected, she knew, she was telling me the story of a crisis actor came along and tried to influence things. But yeah, we were just talking about this. She gave me the name of the guy, Paul Lennon. If you type in Paul Lennon, Dublin hunger strikes, I guess you can come to what's going on. I don't pay any attention. But the fact that it was fucking Paul, which immediately came to my mind, Paul / Paul McCartney, John Lennon, and the other lady she was associated or talking about, who was on a hunger strike also. If you go on Nora's channel and you look back at the last couple of videos, it's all detailed there. I haven't looked back at them. I looked back one of them, I'm not too interested, but her name is Linda, and immediately my mind went to, well, Linda and Paul McCartney, but that's a different story. I just posted where Nora went to Venice, and we actually made a video. Attention Pete Chase, strong evidence of dodo in non-mud flooded area, which is Venice. Hilarious. But I actually met Nora the other day, and of course I gave her a hug coming.
It's a wild ride, Pete.
It was great. It was great.
Anyway, so does that mean you're connected now? What are they doing? How is this plant living near you? You're just playing a guitar in the street. What's going on?
I suspected it the last time. Maybe she's paying attention to me. Maybe she is. But hey, remember, Snacks? Patricia Steer deleted her whole internet, and she made it on Netflix. She deleted her whole internet persona, and the only person she named as as a reason for her departure was me. Mentioned a few other people involved as well, but people like Pete Shea, what do you call it? Are responsible. I already pointed out that Patricia. I love Patricia.
Yeah, no, because you were on about the ramshackle vagina
Only
thing.
hearts in the band.
You were on about the ramshackle vagina thing, and I think that upset her.
Yeah, but Antonio Superes was over in Pancho Pete's, with his drawing pad out, talking about how this is the distinction between male and female. I was the one who was actually the most fair. I was trying to say to everyone in the arena at the time that, listen, I love both people because they were great. They were actually making great inroads in their own separate way, and there was always some beautiful romantic fairy story. But when these accusations come out, whoever is telling the truth, whoever is not, one of them has to be a dastardly fucking liar. Right, Snacks? And when I talked about this, especially the early days over in Globebusters or whatever, and the two of them appeared as well, and it was like everyone was walking on eggshells. Ooh, yeah, come on. I was going, hang on, can we not fucking, what the heck? What the heck are you going to do? So I was the one saying, what's going on? I wasn't walking on eggshells, even though I didn't like it. I was going, can we sort out what's going on here? And then everything branched off. You had the branch sort of that adhered to Patricia's side, which are all the ball earthers as well, by the way. All the ball earthers defend Patricia's honor that's their standard. Antonio Suberts is a dickhead. Antonio Suberts is a scumbag, a jilted lover, that sort of thing. But I've more to say than that. More to say to that, of course, Snacks. And, Antonio had his Book of the Sun.
Bro, you got anything real to say?
To get to the point, I'm done now. To get to the point, Jeremy, let me finish now.
Sit here and talk trash about other people. It's not cool.
I'm not talking trash about anyone.
You just said this guy's you just called somebody names that's not even here.
He was saying that other Globers were taking Patricia's side, and they were calling.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, Jeremy.
What, when you guys were claiming that Patricia was a man?
Antonio claimed that. Antonio, this is my point, Jeremy.
Hey, who cares if she's a man or a woman? Why does that even matter?
I would say.
Hey, listen. Next time you chat up a bird, Jeremy. Next time you chat up a bird, you tell me it doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman.
No, but
it doesn't matter. We're on the internet. Who cares what people's genders are? If they're speaking the truth, they're speaking the truth.
This is flat Earth. This is the division that's placed within. If you want to hear my true point of view, they're both actors, and this was all a scripted division creating endeavor, right? Antonio Suberts is a top flat Earth man. He did more for flat Earth than anyone, in a sense. He has his Book of the Sun, and that's what I was going to say to Snacks. Hey, Snacks. So the latter decoding of everything. Suberts backwards is star. You know I say this. Star I-B us. R-I star C.
No problem. Have a good night.
Thanks.
Sorry, guys.
We'll have a good night. No, we will.
No, not.
I'm ready to check out now. No, this is too much. We're going into cryptographic analysis here.
R-I-B us backwards. R-I star C.
All I'm saying. So yeah, but I've picked Patricia Steer up off the floor.
Have you?
Just just to give her a hug, like hello.
Okay.
And she's so I'm not you're like a tall guy, right? I'm not, but she's tiny and like very light apparently. I'm not like a strong dude or anything.
How tall are you, Snacks?
And I do apologize, like only 5'6", so she's like not like
5'4" or something. And Anthony Riley said the same thing. She's a waif of a woman.
Yeah.
The first time I met Nora, she said, "Well, am I a woman?" I said, "Show me your hands." And she showed me her hands. I already knew she was a woman. Now, I'm saying it's all a fucking psyop. You understand? But I was saying at the time that, look, there are two prominent people here on the Flat Earth. Flat Earth, Jeremy, as you came in, this is the most significant thing in history. We're on our own in this world. We're fighting against all of the principalities. We're labeled fucking insane by our nearest and dearest, not to mind the greater educational bodies, right? This is the point. Now that we have our own hard fact, there was a burgeoning movement as well. There was great fucking emotion. There was great hope. There was great strength, I guess. Now you have this fucking axe put down between all of us. Patricia Steer, Antonio Subirats, the perfect love affair between two flat earthers divided on such a massive basis. What do
Well,
you
we're
say?
probably labeled insane. I thought you were done, Pete. My bad.
Well, let me just
Well,
finish by
let
saying,
Jeremy say
I was just
something,
going to
man.
say,
You've been
what do you
going
Oh,
on.
think?
hold on.
Well, I
I'm
wasn't
next. I'm
done.
next.
Well, I wasn't done, Jeremy. So you've got to hang back a second, but I will finish up in the next 10 seconds. Yeah. What are you saying, Antonio Superats, when you went to write Patricia that your Mickey came short somewhat and you found things peculiar? That's what I was going to say there. Finish up there. That's Antonio's
So
story.
we're probably labeled insane for two major reasons. One is
Go on.
their mod. I'm going, Pete. Hold on. One is they've drilled the heliocentric model into us from birth, obviously, and the second one is it's probably because they control what goes out to the masses, and a lot of the stuff going out is the stuff that makes us look insane. Like when people go on McToons or fight the flat Earth or something.
But you already look insane, Jeremy, with your janitor's mop going over the floors of the school with your one eye. So yeah, don't worry about that.
That's fuck.
That's fucked up, Pete.
Damn.
What the
shots.
What?
Hey,
Kosho chiming in saying that screwed up is classic.
Yeah,
Hey man, you asked me what
Just
my
kidding, Jeremy.
you
Just
asked me what
kidding.
my qualifications were, so I told you.
just stop, guys.
Hey,
Let's not, please.
he brought it up. Hey,
Yeah, I brought it up when you said.
Yeah, anyway,
No, guys,
No,
please, guys. He did his time. It was 3. I muted him for 3 minutes. All right,
he ran away. He went to the other server.
he was there.
I was here all night. Anyways, what was I saying?
We had a good time after you left, Kosho. You wasn't saying shit. You were getting on the Pete.
Yeah. Anyway, I forgot what I was gonna say now. Pete, say what you just said again. Yeah.
No, why, Coach?
I would say that.
I know,
Are you doing
Jeremy,
that thing I
you-
used to
you
do with
said it.
Lael and Gems?
Repeat
It
the
was you
last
who said
hour.
it, dude.
Remember, I used to do that with Lael so much over in Gems. He'd just be rambling for like 45 seconds. And people would be like, oh my God, come on, Lael. I'd be like, hold on, Lael, I missed it. Say it again. He'd be like asking me a
Yeah.
question or something.
I remember that.
Yeah, good times.
Paranormal. That was you who said it, though. You said that somebody's making y'all look crazy or something like that. I was like, can you point me in the direction of the stuff that doesn't make you guys look crazy?
Every time I debate you guys, every time Wits Hit or Rocky or someone sensible goes up against you guys, not SC, but Rocky. But anyways,
I'll tell you one. Can I answer that question too?
Go ahead.
I'll tell you, we can just be having a conversation and maybe do something wrong and the Glober, I have a couple people in mind, just fly off, right? Like go off into a different direction, like mentally. But there's many things that so-called flat earthers are doing as far as optics and long distance observations and measurements and studying of superfluids and supersolids that have brought some light into situations that no one probably would have even known before. Like whether it be true or not, at least people are researching what a superfluid and supersolid is and how it could affect our future.
Okay, tell me more about that. I'm curious about the research.
Nah, I could care
on
less
the
about talking to you.
superfluidity by flat earthers. That's
I could care less about.
Hold on, let him
anything.
finish. Rakia, hold on.
Yeah, that's bringing the flat Earth into a coherency. I'm curious about this research.
Dude, it's dudes like me that are bringing flat Earth into coherency, bro. When we argue, do you think I look silly in the end, or do you guys look silly when you say these crazy things?
You definitely.
You guys
look
be saying
silly.
crazy stuff though.
So do you.
Y'all
If I
came in
went
as a
outside-
pair.
If I went outside, now I'm not trying to get into a whole nother debate about this because I'm sick of this nonsense, but if I went outside and told someone that in reality when you free fall, you're not actually falling towards the ground. The ground's rising up towards you. If I went out and told somebody that on the street, do you think that's going to sound crazy?
Well, that's an incorrect statement.
Yeah,
That's
that
what
makes no
Xanax's been
sense.
telling me for a week. Xanax's been telling me
Just
that for a
because
week.
Xanax says it, like, doesn't mean it's true.
So the ground's not actually. You guys both said the same thing.
Yeah, but
Not
you
in
You both
just
free
said
said,
it's
fall.
actually
what you
happening.
just said was that you're not falling towards the ground. The
You're
ground's
free
falling.
falling. No, you're free falling, but
Yeah, I
it's not
know.
the
Yeah,
ground.
right. But if you're using relativity and you're saying that you're describing it from the reference frame of yourself, then that's just a different reference frame. You can't say that you're not falling towards the ground.
Yeah, we know you can describe it in any way you want from any reference frame, but actually in reality, that's not what's happening because the ball would have to get bigger. Anyways, I'm not trying to get into a whole debate about that. I'm just saying that's one example of when we talk, you guys come out looking like the crazy ones.
Well, you forget that what I had asked was to give me the point me in the direction of where you guys are not, she's saying crazy stuff or whatever it is that you
guys.
not when you guys are in
He doesn't
conversation
even remember his
and they're looking
question.
crazy. I'm saying that where you guys are sharing things that are not crazy.
Every time we talk.
Lucky as
distance
right
observation.
alone, dickhead, Kocho.
Yeah, like long distance observation when we show that the bottom is obstructed before the top. And then when Sean G says, no, that would never happen, it would all just go out because of angle resolution at the same time. You mean like that?
You
No,
misspoke. It's
but
small
that's
G,
another
not
example of
small G,
you
small
guys
G.
pointing out that somebody else looks crazy. I'm saying examples of where you guys are sharing stuff.
No,
Yeah.
we're pointing out how it happens. That's making us not look crazy. Are you trolling?
No?
When we have these conversations, Kosho, when we have these conversations with somebody like me or Rocky or something, Geo, one of these Witsit, one of these guys that knows what's going on, you guys come out looking like the crazy ones, and we come out of that looking like the normal ones.
Correct.
So again, this is another example of you pointing out somebody else looking crazy. I'm saying when you guys are sharing something, you guys are sharing. You guys are the content providers in this. Not you guys are making other people look crazy.
Yes, when we're providing the video that shows bottom up obstruction due to the atmosphere or a mirage, and someone else, our opponent, like Sean G, for example, says that can't happen. That's us not looking crazy, Kosho.
We're sharing information, not looking crazy.
Yeah, not looking crazy. Video, information, conversation, explanation, many results, many different people doing the same thing and coming up with the same conclusion when the other person, the opponent, which just happens to be a glober usually, because they just usually take the stance of disagreeing, even if it's their own point that they've made in the past. They just want to disagree. Who do you think looks crazy again?
Yeah, you just don't want
I
to
feel like
hear
you guys will eventually understand the question, but
Kosho, you just don't want to hear it, buddy.
You're looking crazy right now, man.
We understand the question.
We give you the truth and you don't want to hear it, and you're a smart guy, so you try to argue, but it's like, come on, dude, get over it. Grow up.
This would be another example of when we're sharing information, we're not looking crazy, and you guys are.
How do you,
Right
hey,
here.
Jeremy, how do you establish the validity of a model? So imagine there was a scenario in place that you didn't know the root cause to, and you were trying to develop some sort of theory which would encompass a solution to what's going on. How do you evaluate a model? Let me just lead you, and I will cut it short here. But is it surely, or is it not surely, how much we can appreciate all the different component aspects applied to our own as humankind, mankind experience, or not? Is that a good way of evaluating it?
Bro, what was that, a question or a statement, or I don't even know what just happened? Maybe
How do we
rephrase it.
evaluate a model? So I'm actually on your side here, but I'm asking Coach is going to answer after you. So if we have a scenario in place and we're asked to develop a model regarding it that we experience, right? Experience this scenario, how do we evaluate the model that's presented? Is it according to our base experience and that's the gauging principle, or is there other guidelines which will determine how successful the model is? What do you think yourself? I know Coach
Very
is going to have a
easy
different answer.
Yeah, probably Kosho's probably going to say the same thing, but you just match it to reality.
Yes, you match it to
That's
our
it.
experiences, the mind of man, how they can relate to their experience of life. Because I'm not better than you. I have to assume that you have the same capabilities as I have. So if your model is correct, or at least it could be correct, but if I can't relate to it, I will never know if it's correct. So that's the standard. Every model has to be tested by the experience of man. Right? Would you agree with that?
No, we don't all have the same capabilities. I can play hopscotch, for one. Uh,
Oh,
you know, so
Jesus Christ, dude.
I don't agree with you on that at all.
You're just getting back at him for that janitor fucking comment. But
I honestly, I would have said that anyways.
but yeah, you just have to test it. You just have to test its predictions using reality. That's it.
Right.
The predictions have to be based on the model. Yeah.
It's all based
Now,
on
we know that.
opinion, though.
Okay,
It's
one
still all
second.
opinion.
1 second. Yeah, 1 second, please. Know that Kosho, that when we come, so there's the Ball Earth model in all its entirety. Fair enough. I'm not saying whether anything's right or wrong. We're ultimately gauging reality as they experience within the mind of man. I guess that's the best way you can put it. Our mind and our working processes around what's going on. When we come to flat Earth, we have about 4 or 5 different models. We have just flat Earth, basic model. We have a concave Earth. We're not when we come to globe Earth, right, or away from globe Earth, we have concave Earth model. We have a hollow Earth model. We have a dick Earth model. Lots of different models. What do we test the model's veracity via? Is it our ability to understand it, or is it our ability to experience it?
We just answered
Real
the
quick.
question, dude.
Real quick, this is how we know Stellarium fails as a model, because we see things that, or Stellarium shows us things that happen, like diverging and converging star positions over time, and we don't actually see that with our eyes. We never observe that, apparently, according to the Globers. But so that's how we would check if the model works or not. Right, Kosha?
Real hard time understanding basic stuff.
Okay. I actually have a
Do we
good
see the
question here.
stars converging and diverging with our eyeballs?
Okay.
You in Stellarium, what you're not going to see is what you just described. You could make star trails, though. You can make star trails, which are images that are long exposure or many different, still shots laid over each other. Your eyes don't do this,
Okay.
so I don't know why you're just
Okay.
Hold on.
sitting like that.
Yeah.
You're
Okay,
saying we
know
don't
that,
see.
certainly.
You're saying we don't see the positions of the stars in Stellarium. Don't show them diverging and converging. That's what you're saying.
No, what you're describing is like the angular separation, as per like the distance and like the angular distance in your eyes, right? So those could separate, based on being in
Respectfully.
2 different places. Like they in one area could look like it's so 2 stars in one area could look like they're diverging away from each other compared to when you looked at them at some other point, right? But that's not something that you're going to be able to observe directly with your eye. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah,
Probably
we can't
makes
observe
sense.
that with our eye.
angular
Right?
distance,
We can't observe that with our eye, and Stellarium shows us that, so we know that model is incorrect.
No.
Hey, can I get Stellarium on Xbox?
Well, how are we testing to see if this happens in reality? Didn't you say we got to match it up to reality? We match the model to reality, right?
If you used a what is it called, a sextant or whatever, right? You measure the angular difference. You're not going to get a difference in that case. You're going to see the angular separation is the same, but visually, these 2 stars will look like they're diverging if you're looking at a star trail. Right?
Kosho, what's the foundation of your, Jeremy, the brilliant question to you as well, because I know what you're going to say. As a flat earther, what is the 2 foundational principles of your extended thinking? And Kosho, can you give the same for your extended thinking? And can you criticize each other's answers? Please go ahead. Jeremy, you go first if you don't mind.
I don't. What was your question, Pete?
What are the foundational
Yeah,
principles of your flat earth thinking?
What are the what? Kosho over talking.
Foundational principles. What's the first thing you rest upon as a flat earther that you experience to be so? What's the first thing that you build your model on?
I don't have a model. I don't know what you're talking about.
Is it a stationary surface? But all I'm asking is, do you develop everything from your experience of being, let's just say, on a stationary surface. You can either choose to be on a stationary surface or a flat surface by your understanding of water as your foundational principle, something like that. That's all I'm asking. I didn't want to put words in your mouth. I'd like to hear the same equivalent answer from Kosho, if you don't mind, and then both of you can go back and forth. Go. Why would that be established as a foundational principle, and how certain can you be of it?
Pete, just give me your question in one sentence.
Okay. Why are you a flat earther? That's the question. Why are you a flat earther?
Just from the accumulation of all the things I've seen in my life, the NASA fakery, the things I haven't seen,
Do you
things
know?
I should
Okay,
have
hang on a
seen and things
second.
I haven't seen, and altogether the massive amount of those things is what
Okay.
That's the
has
worst
led me
answer I
Second,
to
ever
a
please.
heard in
flat
my
Earth.
life.
Okay, thank you, Jeremy. What I'm trying to ask
What do
you
you mean,
actually,
bro?
what I'm trying to ask you actually,
Have to
Jeremy,
answer. Are you
is
crazy?
when Kosho delivers the basic, he's a spinning ball earther. What do you object more to? The idea that the life that you live, the surface you're on, is in motion, or that it is rotund, it is spherical? What do you object to most?
Oh, was that for me?
Yes. What do you object to most? Kosher will say, "I'm a spinning ball earther." You will say, "Well, I." What are you going to say? I don't experience spin. I don't experience motion, or do you say I don't experience curvature?
You know what? On the motion thing, I actually have a couple questions for Kosho on the motion thing. If you'll let us speak for like 2 minutes,
Okay,
maybe,
well,
depending
off
on
you
how
go.
much. So
Yeah, Pete, if you'll let us, Pete, that'd
we
be
can.
Yeah, I'm glad you get back to two
He won't. I
lovers,
guarantee he
the
won't let
Jeremy
us.
and
He
Kosho
can't.
show.
Don't let him, Pete.
Jeremy,
Go ahead.
can I say something before you guys? It's in
Yeah, go
relation
ahead.
to Pete's thing. Pete. So to answer your question from my point of view, right? I would say that you have to first get the logic right. So like the problem that I see with a lot of flat Earth is that you're trying to like ad hoc, post hoc explain different, not even measurements really. You're just trying to explain ideas rather than coming up with a singular or a couple hypotheses that can predict the values of
Right.
measurements. So you got to get the logic right first. You shouldn't be ad hoc, post hoc explaining
I actually
essentially
agree with you.
ideas.
I actually agree with you, Jays, and I'm not a flat earther, but because flat earthers have not said what Earth is. The globe earthers say the Earth is the blue marble. As flat earthers erase that picture, well, draw the flat Earth then. And if you're going to say something is flat, well, you have to say something about what you're saying is flat. So I actually agree with you, Bud, in a sense. But although I will say logic, where does logic come from? Our ability to reason. What is it based on? Is there foundational
Hold on.
principles?
Pete,
Does
we
that
knew you
rely
ain't
on
a flat
I'm
earth.
not
Pete,
okay?
Hold
I'm
on.
not
we knew
okay.
you ain't.
Does that
We know
rely
you've
on
never been a flat
evolutionary
earther.
mindsets?
You,
I'm done.
Pete's talking. Come on, guys.
Hold
Pete's
on,
talking.
real
We
quick,
never
guys.
thought Pete was a flat earther. Just so he knows.
No, he
You,
is.
Pete's
He is though.
talking.
Listen, when somebody says they're not, I mean the foundation of a flat earther is, you think you're you think this is all happening on a stationary, horizontal plane with topography. Like that's like the thing. If you think that, whether you might not want to call yourself that, but I mean that's what it is. That's what you're the same thing as the flat earther essentially.
But now you're saying, Jeremy, that hang on, please, 1 second. Now, Jeremy, you are saying as a flat earther that Earth is just about the land. The bald blue marble has said that Earth is not about the land. It's about everything encompassed. It's the atmosphere. It's the land. It's the oceans. It's the air. It's the core itself. Do you understand the difficulty here?
You're focused
No, I
I'm
was
on
just
so
telling you
understand
the
the
basic
difficulty.
principles of what a flat earther thinks. Like every flat earther, I'm pretty sure, thinks that we live on a stationary, horizontal plane with topography. So I understand why people don't like to call themselves flat earthers. That the name in and of itself has been ridiculed for years, and
Yeah.
just saying the word is like a joke. So I get that, but essentially, when it comes down to it, we are all the same thing, whether you want to call it flat earther or
Yes, I
level
get what you're
earther
saying.
or whatever.
Okay.
You guys are
I
gonna
know
focus
there's lots of people.
on the
I know
weirdest
there's lots of
shit.
people trying to get in. Just let me respond. I promise I'll go on mute. Jeremy, here's my point.
I don't believe you.
I will. I
No one
promise you, I
does.
will. Here's my point. But look, I don't want to. I just feel like I'm taking up. I'm pressuring people too much. But here's my whole point when I said I'm not a flat earther, because you haven't said what Earth is. You haven't said what. How do you know that the stars are not some emanation from Earth itself? So that if Earth was said to move, it would mean something different. And the stage, obviously, the surface we're on is not moving. It's the best way you can reckon it. But I'm done
Pete, hold
now.
on.
Let me
Real
finish
quick,
now.
Pete.
So how do you know that the source of
keep
the
talking,
skylights are
Jeremy.
not part of the Earth itself? So when someone says that the Earth is moving, they mean that a different matter. Okay. Yeah,
Pete,
off you
don't
go.
tell me I haven't told you what flat Earth is, because I literally just told you. It's a stationary plane with topography. That is what flat Earth is.
Explain it to him again, dude.
But then you're lost. Then
Stationary.
you're lost for me. You're lost forever.
Why? What do you
You're
think it
crazy
is?
lost,
Lost
Jeremy.
and gone forever.
What do you think it is?
Oh, my
Can't be found,
darling
bro.
Jeremy.
Pete, what do you think it
Oh.
is?
Well, Jeremy, you understand the basic point here. In order to say that something is flat, you have to describe it completely. And the only thing that you have to go on up to now is the blue marble, which is not just describe the earth as the soil or the surface. It describes the earth in terms of its greater encompassment. If you're just saying that all there is this surface, the soil, and that's earth, and that's flat, well, show me the picture. Paint the picture for me. I'd love to see it.
Okay, now
Yeah,
Jeremy,
I'm painting you a
now
picture.
explain to him again the same thing, and then have Pete explain to you the same thing he just said again.
Listen, about this acceleration thing, Kosho. How much acceleration can we detect with human tools?
Human tools?
Yeah, like not feel. I don't care what you can feel. I don't care about your feelings. How much can we actually measure? Like, what's the smallest amount of acceleration we have the capability of measuring?
I don't know. I imagine it's extremely, extremely small. I mean, Jace might know.
How small?
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know.
we
Jace is out of breath, bro. Jace is out of breath. Let him catch his breath.
Extremely, extremely small, dude.
Jeremy, you're funny. Yeah, it's on the scale. It's on the scale of like elementary particles, so very, very small acceleration.
if the Earth was moving around the sun, we could detect that.
Is there a
But
number?
it ain't.
Hold on. Is there a number?
I don't know them off the top of my
Call
head.
it 2.
He said it could detect elementary particles, so I say it's pretty small.
We're talking about movement, though. I don't know why detecting particles.
Well, people can cool like atoms down to almost absolute zero, and we can still detect those minute accelerations.
That's
Yeah.
basically
How much is the
Yeah.
acceleration, though? Just because it's a small thing doesn't mean it's not a big acceleration.
Well, it's small because they're so cold. That's what being cold means. But someone would have to Google it. I don't know off the top of my head. But
Alright,
you can look up
fair.
like the velocity. You can look up like the velocity change of like superfluid helium or something like that when it does its phase transition.
Yeah.
What I heard, they can measure a millionth the speed of the Earth around the sun, but it ain't moving.
I've thought on that actually.
Yeah,
Why,
well,
when you get to super
that's
cold
acceleration.
temperatures? Hey Brian, when you get to super cold
So
temperatures,
what was the
why
point
you
of those
have
questions,
to-
Jeremy? Yo,
What's
Jeremy,
up?
what was the point of that question?
Nah, fam. You still ain't telling me how we measured 9 billion oscillations a second. You better get on that before we move on to the next thing. And your 3 to 5 business days is up. If the Quran said it was flat, what would you do?
I would look into it a bit more. That's what I would do.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. What if? Well,
If
talk
you're
about
measuring-
bullshit
the
answers.
Bible said Earth was a
Yo,
sphere, what would you
talk
do,
about
Jeremy?
bullshit answers, Nate. You just
My
told me I had a
religions don't
bullshit answer
clash.
a minute ago.
My religions
Bro.
don't clash, bro. Just only yours do.
You're killing me, Nate. You're killing me
If
today.
if Nathan Oakley said the Earth was a sphere, what would you do, Jeremy?
Bro, I don't. You think I got as much stock in Oakley as you do in the Quran?
You love
Right,
Nathan
who do you
Oakley.
got stock in? I know there's some dude that brought you into the flat Earth.
Oh,
Don't
He
worry
was
about
telling-
my dudes,
he
bro.
was always
I got
watching his-
math dudes, gyroscope, all kinds of dudes, bro. Don't worry about it.
he's been around the block.
As always, trying to figure out who my dudes is. Don't worry about my peoples, bro. My peoples are my peoples. I know who they are. You don't need to know.
All right, that's fine. But what was the point of your question? Then?
Well, Nate, would it be
What was
possible
the
for you to look into this more than you already are now?
I could tell
What do
you.
you mean?
Good one, Gio.
They to measure those cycles, they measure either just a photon count or the frequency of those photons correspond to a specific energy. So you can measure the change in momentum on something like a charge coupled device. And that would tell you how many photons would be counted in those oscillations.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Did you just tell us how they measure the 9 billion oscillations a second or whatever it is?
Yeah. So
the cesium atom for an atomic clock.
You can use something as basic as just film and just literally measure photons, or those photons correspond to a certain frequency, which also corresponds to a specific energy. You can measure the change in momentum from that energy on something like a charge coupled device, and that will tell you the number of oscillations.
The momentum of the photon.
Yes. The amount of momentum that the photons impart onto the device.
So P equals mv.
No.
So the momentum
That's not
equation.
the formula for momentum.
No.
That is the formula. What do you mean no? Of course, that's the formula for momentum.
The momentum equation is more broad than that, and when you use it on for the purposes we use it.
Listen,
when you use it, it will.
Sorry, Kosha. For photons,
listen, Gio
it's the
asked Nate a
momentum.
question. You guys are letting him escape.
Well, I gave the answer for Nate. The momentum of a photon is the energy divided by the velocity, or you can just use Planck's constant divided by the wavelength. Either one gives you the momentum of photons.
How do you find out the energy?
This is exactly why I didn't want to answer the
energy of a
question,
photon?
because now Jeremy's going to lead you down this whole gotcha road, and he's going
It's not a gotcha, bro. I'm just trying to figure out what the numbers involved. We got to figure this out.
Well, how do you figure out the energy of a photon, JAC, if that's the unknown within the equation to figure out how much momentum a massless particle has? How do you know the energy or the other variables? According to Planck's constant you mentioned, and according to theory, it's all theoretical, you're saying?
So the energy of a photon is either Planck's constant times the velocity divided by the wavelength, or you can just do Planck's constant times the frequency. And that gives you the energy.
And in case anyone doesn't know what Planck's constant is, it's the smallest possible package that a bundle of energy can have. This is
the number. It's six.
Yes, it's described as a certain amount of joules, I guess, in a sense, isn't it?
Joules per
Oh,
second.
it's a distance, isn't it? It's a distance, actually.
It's 6.6261 times 10 to the, I think it's minus 34 or 32 joules times seconds.
Right. Yeah, and then you have Planck's limitation, or the minimal length that you can achieve, which is also got to do with Planck, isn't it? The Planck length. So you can now cut down any particle. So you have a raindrop, and you keep cutting it down, keep cutting it down. At the last point, it will be Planck's length. It will be, there's no more, you can't cut it down anymore, which is about 10 to the power minus 23 meters or something like that.
Yeah, that's something different and more.
So
referring to the energy.
So hang on 1 second. Here's the culmination. In order to calculate the momentum of a photon, you have to incorporate idealized, mathematical, theorized thinking.
Well, no, you can just measure the change in momentum of the atoms on the charge coupled device, which is what I was saying before. So the amount of energy is directly proportional to that change in momentum.
All right, real quick. So, real quick. So, we've got our atomic clock. The cesium atom is oscillating. How are we measuring that exactly? Just take it. Go slow, bro. Go slow. There's a lot of stuff here.
I told you before, you can just get film and just count the photons that hit the film if you want to do it old school. But an easier way is, as I described, with a charge coupled device and measuring the change in momentum
A
of the
charge
atoms.
coupled device. Hold on,
Yeah,
bro. A
CCD
charge
detector.
coupled. What's a charge coupled device measures the what?
You can measure the change in momentum of the atoms in the detector. And that's directly proportional.
So there's photons.
That's directly proportional to the energy that was imparted on it. And from the energy, you can figure out how many photons were
What was the
imparted
material?
on.
I'm genuinely just trying to figure. Pete, take 5, Pete.
All right.
I'm genuinely trying to figure out how this works. So there's a cesium atom that's oscillating inside the atomic clock. There's photons are coming off of it.
Yes.
This just emits photons.
Yes, that they're electronic transitions. They occur by the absorption and release emission of photons.
So we shoot photons at it and then it emits photons, or this thing just always emits photons for an eternity?
Yeah, it's just getting it from the background because this is just it's just a resonant frequency of the cesium atoms.
Bro, just explain this like you would to a child. Pretend you had a child in elementary school and you're trying to explain.
Heat. It comes from heat, Jeremy. It's absorbing photons from just background heat that's always around, and that allows the electron to move up in energy level. Then it falls back down to its original energy level, releasing that photon. And it just does that over and over and over. And you can measure those photons. You can use an oscilloscope to measure the wavelength, and then use film to measure how many photons hit the film, or you can use, in a more modern day sense, a charge coupled device, like I said before.
Okay. So the thing oscillates 9 billion times a second or something. So how many photons get emitted per oscillation? If you know that, that's a pretty in-depth question.
Yeah,
Not
I'm
hating
not sure.
if you don't know that. That's pretty,
I don't know off the top of my head. I'd have to calculate.
That's pretty in-depth, yeah. This is photons from the non-visible spectrum, right?
Yeah, they're microwave.
So non-visible spectrum, okay.
Yeah, it's not the visible spectrum.
Yeah. The value of time at the moment, it doesn't matter how we replicate it. It's just an arbitrary amount of time. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's basically the amount of time that passes in a specific number of those transitions is defined as the second.
And it's very sensitive to heat. This sounds like it's very sensitive to heat. Like if you have it 1/10,000th of a degree off in temperature, I feel like the whole thing would fuck up, no?
Some of them can be, but most of those ones are put in climate control boxes. And there's ways to correct for those kind of errors. But you can also use different wavelengths that aren't sensitive to things like that. Different kinds of atomic clocks that are just like the spin state transitions of electrons, and those aren't sensitive to heat and things.
The electrons that have mass but no matter, those electrons?
Those electrons, Jeremy.
Mass with no matter? No doubt. Just checking.
Yeah, they're
Is there
what
a kind of
makes
electron
up
that has
matter.
Is there a kind of electron that has mass and does have matter?
No, that wouldn't make any sense.
No.
They're a
That
composite.
wouldn't make sense.
You get electrons and protons and neutrons together, quarks together, and that makes up matter.
I thought if you had matter, you had to have matter.
We've gone over
Because I've been
this
getting
before.
told for years that mass is an amount of matter. What's up? Yeah, it's just very confusing. I've had people telling me that what mass is for years now, and then you guys just recently I just learned it's not that thing, and they were wrong.
I wouldn't say they're wrong. They're just talking in a classic, simplifying.
I thought I thought I was talking to him about. I know. I thought I was talking to him about physics.
Yeah, classical physics.
I thought
Someone's hot micing.
we're having a physics on Earth. Yeah, the physics here on Earth. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's no need to go into like particle physics definitions for something like that.
When we're talking about mass.
Nate, you're hot micing, Nate.
My bad, man.
It's all good.
Let him hot, Mike. You don't say anything good ever, anyways. With your bullshit answers, Nate. I can't believe you called me out for saying a bullshit answer when it was actually a good answer, and then you gave me a bullshit answer.
Well, what good
Gio
answer you ever gave in your life,
it.
though?
Could you investigate this more? What was your question, Gio? Could you investigate? You said you would investigate it more. If the Quran said, could you investigate it more than you are right now?
I haven't investigate what more though?
I don't know. You said you would have to investigate it more.
Yeah, I would look into it more,
I said-
into why the Quran makes that claim. What is that claim based on?
Was that your question, Gio?
Look into more.
I thought he was saying he would look into flat Earth more.
Yeah.
No, you asked me if the Quran says if the Earth is flat, and I said I would look into it more. I'd look into the Quran more.
Yeah.
Why is it making that claim?
Me and Gio thought you were. No, yeah, me and Gio thought you were talking about looking at flat Earth more. I was gonna say, you're pretty deep. I know you're a big noob right now, but you're pretty deep into
Yeah,
it.
when you start talking nonsense, your mic starts roboting. I've noticed. Yeah, I mean, but I would look into why the Quran is making such a claim, because that's very unusual. The book doesn't make claims like that. So for it to make this explicit claim, it would be very peculiar, you know?
How come God never mentioned any of these biblical things like flat out, straight up, or it's a flat plane, or it's a sphere, like
Because it wasn't important.
Yeah,
what we're sitting on, dude. Everyone in their head has a model you have a model of reality in your head. Literally everyone on Earth. Now, some people's might be. Everyone's different than everyone else's, right? Because I don't know what's inside your dresser drawer or the layout of your house or your neighborhood. So all our models are different. But I mean, it's pretty important on where you think your reality is. No, reality's not important.
The globe isn't our whole reality, you know. There's a lot of things out there beyond the globe, Jeremy. You know, we aren't just confined to. I mean, we're born, live, and die on this earth, but it isn't the entire universe, you know.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I don't know. I guess.
Sorry, Jeremy.
What's up? Tell me what it says.
Yeah,
Let's
so
get biblical.
I think a lot of people, they're familiar with, I believe it's Isaiah 40:22, speaking about the circle of the earth. But when I ask people to use the same text, the same book, or the same books, to tell me where that circle is, that would give us a little more information as where that circle is. So my question is, why do people say that the Creator has not written in his message about creation itself? He absolutely has. So
Sorry, what does it say about the earth real quick again? I missed it.
yeah, a lot of people are familiar with Isaiah 40:22, and they're familiar with Genesis 40:22, and Isaiah speaking about the circle of the earth and the heavens spread out as a tent. But when I ask people where is the circle according to the text, that's where you need to go and dive deeper into the subject. So this word circle is not just found in one place, or the word compass. It's not just found in one place. It's in many places. The one place I would point out would be Proverbs chapter 8, verse 27. And that's just one verse, because the whole chapter is speaking about creation, just about. So speaking about the highest part of the dust of the earth and the lowest part and the fountains of the deep and everything, all of creation, the inhabitable part of the earth. So in verse 27, he tells you where this circle is. He says, I was there, and this is wisdom speaking. I was there when he inscribed or carved a circle in the face of the deep. Okay, so now this circle that's spoken about in scripture is not some spherical ball that's, in outer space, just spinning around and flying through space.
What are you talking about?
This is a circle carved into the face of the deep. So the deep has a face, and there's a circle carved in it. Proverbs 8:27. Now, if we want to know what the face of the deep is, we have to go to Job 38:30. Job 38:30 tells you that the face of the deep is frozen and there's waters beneath it, and they are hidden as with a stone that's covering them. So now we know that this circle is carved in something that is frozen, and whatever this frozen thing is, it has a face, and the circle is carved in it. Now, is that a ball? Of course it's not a ball.
I don't know, bro. That seems iffy. Is there anything that's like a bit more clear?
Well, look at a rainbow, right? You see the shape of a rainbow, correct? And we know what you need to have a rainbow. Now, what I'm saying is you have a deep, something that is the deepest. There's a face to it, and there's a circle carved in it. Now, the heavens, or the firmament, as people call it, is spread out above this circle, right? Now, is this firmament or heaven part of creation, which is what you and Dodo were talking about earlier? Is this firmament or the things above us, is it part of creation? Yes, of course it is. Is it in contact with the circle of the earth? Perhaps. It's just speculation, but perhaps. Seems like it fits together, very nicely as a puzzle would, because it's creation. It's the inhabitable part of the creation. So I would say if we're going by the text alone, the circle is described where it is, and I think it describes its purpose. And I think one only needs to, do some study instead of just hearing one or two verses from 3 or 4 people and saying this word means this and this word means this. So I think you need to know where that place is found and look more into it. If anything I've said to you doesn't sound reasonable, I don't know where to go from there with you, really.
I mean, it does, but it sounds very interpretive. Like you could interpret it on multiple different ways.
Well, let me ask you how you interpret this, okay? So, the Lord possessed me in the beginning of his way, before his works of old. I was there from everlasting, from the beginning of the earth ever was. When there were no depths, I was brought forth. When there were no fountains abounding with water. Before the mountains were settled. This is talking about topography. Before the hills was I brought forth. While as yet he had not made the earth, nor the fields, nor the highest part of the dust of the world, the mountains. When he prepared the heavens, I was there. When he set a compass upon the face of the depths, when he established the clouds above. And he goes on, and he keeps explaining creation. And this is something key, I think, for most believers who read this text. They say, this is not, my salvation doesn't depend on knowing the earth and creation and, what we're living on. I say it does. I say it does, and the text tells you it does. Because this wisdom,
if he wanted to, he could have been more descriptive.
I
think
know.
he's being quite
This seems very
descriptive,
vague.
man. I mean, we're speaking about fountains of the deep. We're speaking about the highest dust of the earth. We're speaking about mountains, hills. We're speaking about the firmament. We're speaking about the circle carved in the face of the deep, which is frozen, and there's waters beneath it. I think we're being very precise here in this terminology. I think it's very precise.
Nah, man, circle.
So
that
we
could
don't
be a
have
circle
fountains.
on a flat plane. It could be a.
So we don't have fountains. We don't have fountains under the earth. Is that what you're telling me?
Do we have fountains under the ocean?
Do we have fountains of the deep? Do we have that? Do we have springs? Do we have wells? Can we dig into the earth and get water?
What does this have to do with like
Okay, so
the cosmology of everything? The being on the ball or flat, or that stars are.
Yeah, what is it? Like we got
Yeah,
spring.
it's
We
just
can have a
stupid.
spring on. We can have a spring on a globe or a flat Earth. Okay, give me
you
something
can't have a
that is.
circle. You can't have a circle carved in the face of something and it be the deep, and that be your ball. You can't have a circle and call it a ball when
Our
the
balls don't have
circle
faces.
is in the face of the deep and it's carved in the face of the deep.
I don't know.
Hey
Like
man,
I
if you're
said, this is
tired,
very.
if you're tired, go to sleep, man. But you guys go back to talking, man. Whatever. I guess I just interrupted you guys, and everything I said didn't have no validity. But you
No, you're
guys were
good.
speaking
It's
about the scripture, so yeah, carry on.
you're good, bro. It's just, it still sounds very interpretive to me. I don't. You could look at this in a multitude of ways. That's all.
Yeah, some people have a problem reading a newspaper or the comic strip, you know. But I mean, you read every piece of literature the same, in my opinion. So
I mean,
have a good one.
it's just like that there was understanding about the stars and the motions, and but that's not so included in the Bible. But people did understand stuff at that time. It's just like that's yoinked out of that as a historical frame of reference. So like, all you've got is like scriptural passage that like maybe describes that. It's just like it would have been nice if there were more handbook-esque pieces in this Bible, if it's so important, you know.
I was just responding to Hilarity,
Sorry.
he asked earlier, to Jeremy. He said, what if the Bible says the earth is a ball? So I responded to him in text and I said, why did you ask that question? What I thought he was implying that the Bible says the earth is a ball. So I go to the verse and I that everyone knows, basically, that everyone's been told among the flat earth people. And they use this verse in Isaiah 40:22 that says he sits above the circle of the earth. And they translate this, or they look at it and it says hoog. It's not a ball, it's a circle. So I go a little deeper and I say, where is the circle? Does the text say where the circle is? See, the standard I'm going by is the text itself. I'm not here to convince you that this is what the text says. If you don't want to look at the text and you think that maybe I'm just interpreting it,
No,
maybe
I'm not.
if you
It's
find it
it's not.
very
It's not.
interesting, maybe you should go into it and interpret it. Like the gentleman said, he'd
It's.
go into the Quran and look into it further. So if you
I
want to
just.
go into something and look at it further, and if you're speaking on this specific text, and I'm bringing up things that you're not talking about, perhaps you
Hey,
should go look at it.
These are
You
good
know?
references. Thank
said
you
it
for
was
them. All I was trying to say is just like that. It could be more explicit in what it does say.
Isaiah which book? Isaiah
Yeah,
what?
it's not very explicit. I'm gonna go with snacks on this one.
And
I didn't even read the entirety of the text, and I haven't read all the verses, and everyone says it's not clear, right? So perhaps just take your own time and look at it yourself, because I can't convince you
Hey,
that
which
this is what it
it's the
says, right?
creator that writes this stuff down in order to pass it on to man. It's just
The
it could have been
author.
like, hey, give me a little hint, either one way or the other. Like, hey, man, this might look flat, but also, hey, watch out, it's tricky because it's also a ball, and you know what I mean. It could say that in the Bible, you know what I mean, but it doesn't, and it's just like evidence for or against either or. It's just there's just what you've given us as but it could say more, and it doesn't.
Well, the evidence is
where did it
So I
against the
think it's
mention?
kind of
ball.
a dead end that way. I don't
Where
know.
did it mention a circle in Isaiah 44? What was it?
I believe the one everyone's familiar with is Isaiah 40:22. He sits above the circle of the earth and he spreads out the heavens like a tent. But my point is, where is this circle? Is the circle the entire earth? Because you guys are talking about creation, right? Jeremy and Dodo were talking about it, and Hilarity came in and he was speaking about it. So is the circle in Isaiah 40:22, is that the earth? Or is the circle in a specific place? And so when you look at where the circle is, it's Proverbs 8, verse 27. Now, don't just read that one verse in Proverbs 8, because that whole chapter is amazing, and the last half of the chapter is about creation itself. And this is wisdom speaking about the inhabitable part of the earth, speaking directly to Genesis 1, speaking directly to Job 38, speaking directly to Isaiah 40:22. It's speaking directly to creation and when it was created and what it was and how it was created. This is what it's speaking to. So when you look at that, and you can understand that the circle is not a ball, it's carved into the face of the deep. He doesn't do things all willy-nilly if he's the creator. If he carves a circle in the face of the deep, it has a purpose, right? Now, I would just say,
how do we know that?
Go ahead. We don't know
the
anything. We don't know because we don't see it. We're not there, right? We're not at the face of the deep. We don't know. This is speculation, but if I'm using the text as a standard, I'm going to tell you exactly what the text says about creation, because that's what we're speaking of. So
I know, but one second. But how do we know the text is saying the circle's not a ball?
Because
or
it's
a
carved
circle
in
on a
the
flat
face.
plane.
Because you can't carve a circle in the face of the deep.
What if the face of what? Okay, what does it say? The face of the deep was.
Carve a circle in the face of a board, Jeremy.
What does the face of the deep mean? I don't like. I know you said that once a minute ago, but you kind of lost me on it. Can you just repeat that, please? I'm not trying to challenge you on this, bro. I'm just trying to figure out if the the Bible or Quran. Go ahead.
So the face of the deep. So when we get to this point in Proverbs 8 verse 27 that says there's a circle carved in the face of the deep, and this was part of creation. We got to understand, what is the face of the deep? That's the question we're going to have. Where is it? What is it? So when we have that question, we go to Job 38 verse 30. And he tells you, the face of the deep is frozen. And see, all these things aren't just put in one place and told to one who is very lazy and just wants, I just want to know. Cursed be the man who asks any man of God a question just to ask him. Cursed be that man. I tell you that, truly. So when we go to find out what the face of the deep is, it's in Job 38:30. It says, the face of the deep is frozen, and the waters beneath are covered as with a stone. This is impenetrable, okay? And there's waters beneath. And everyone who's been
what was impenetrable?
The face of the deep. The frozen face of the deep. It says it's as a stone. The waters beneath it are hid as with a stone. This is like a stone that's so hard and frozen, it's like a stone, and the waters beneath it are not going to come up through it. That's what it says. So we can talk about the fountains of the deep and those being open during the flood. We can talk about that. But everyone in this community understands that there's water beneath us and there's water above us. And they understand that there's a firmament. And for there to be water above us, there has to be something in between the water and the earth. And that's the firmament. Now, we can speculate whether or not this firmament is set in to this carved out circle that's in the earth, and that's why rainbows have the shape they have. And we can go on and speculate on many different things from there, but just going by the text as a standard, the circle in Isaiah 40:22 or anywhere else you find it is not a ball. If so, carve a circle in the face of something. Carve a circle in the face of something and show it to me.
Just being non-biased about this, I haven't heard anything where I would differentiate, a spot where it was like, oh yeah, it's flat, or oh yeah, it's a ball. Like I didn't hear that spot anywhere.
So, if you didn't hear it, Jeremy, this is the main point. The word circle in the text. The word circle in the text. Define it. Is it a ball? Is it a sphere? Define it.
Circles aren't. All right, what does it say about the circle in the text? Okay, let's hear what the circle is in the text.
Is it a ball? That's what I'm asking you. Define it.
I don't know. In the text, I don't think a circle is. I think if you look at a ball, you can describe it as circular.
Okay, but if someone's writing you a letter, right?
Yeah.
And you get the letter, and the word circle is in there. I want a circular table, right? Or I want you to carve a circle in the face of a board and send it to me. If you're going to be the one carving the circle in the face of the board, how is it going to look, Jeremy? Could you draw me a picture of it?
Of a circle and a board?
Of a circle in the face of anything. a piece of metal, a piece of wood, a piece of plastic. I don't care what it is. A frozen piece of ice. Carve a circle in the face of it. And tell me and describe what that looks like, or give me a picture of it. We have to define these words. So the words were written and they were defined, right, when they were written. And they always mean what they meant when they were written as they were defined. So if that's the case, and we're talking about literal creation, and people come in here and they speak about Genesis and they speak about the creation, no one really gives them a hard time about, well, I don't think that's what it says. So I'm going into more detail because it's not all in Genesis 1:1. It's not all in Job 38. It's not all in Isaiah 40:22. It's not all in Proverbs 8. It's all scattered throughout the text. And the text is the only standard we're going by. So if that's the standard, how is it defined in the text? That's what we have to go to. And if we can't reason just by the definitions of the text itself, let's reason in reality. Take a face of any kind of object or substances you want and carve a circle in it and show it to me. That's all I'm asking.
I hear you, but if it was like the Globers say, and you had maybe space is the face of darkness or whatever that thing is, right? And then you carve a circle in it, and it looks like, from a distance, a sphere would look like a circle. I'm just not hearing any I realize if I were to carve a circle in something, yes, it would be. Flat.
I've already answered that question. If they're going to say, what if the face of the deep is space? We have to ask ourselves what the face of the deep is, and we have to go to the text as the standard. If we're going to take one part of the text and use it as a standard, we have to take the whole text. So if they're going to say the face of the deep is space, I'm going to say, no, you're wrong, because the text says the face of the deep is frozen as a stone, and there's waters beneath it. So you can't define that as space. If you're going to use words from a text,
okay, that would be a little hard. That would be hard to say that space. Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, if anyone's doing any interpreting,
where's the beneath in space?
Yeah, if anyone's doing any interpreting, it's the people who don't know the entirety of the text. For example, this part about the face of the deep being frozen and a circle carved in it. And this is where people go to these different ideologies, because they're not taking the entirety of the text or the standard into account.
No doubt. All right, that was fun.
I'm not even listening to him, Jeremy. This was wild.
No, I got it. I know you want to change the topic. What do you got?
No, nothing.
You want to give us more genuine answers or whatever you said I did that you projected onto me that you did. It's like you're a gypsy palm reader because you did the exact thing you projected on me 3 minutes later. Bullshit answer ass motherfucker.
I gave a solid answer,
Mine was a solid answer too.
No, you just said shit, bro. Fucking ridiculous.
I know, I just said words, I know. Dude, that's what led me to flat. That is exactly what led me to flat Earth. It's accumulation of things I've seen throughout my life. I don't think there's one thing you could just look at and be like, "Oh yeah, Earth's flat." You'd have to have this accumulation, this the plethora of things that you've seen.
Yeah, the thing about the Bible verses is that there's nothing that indicates a sphere anywhere in them, but there's several things that indicate it being stamped out, under the clay of like a clay under a seal, and carved out the way that North was describing. I mean, it doesn't say the Earth is flat in there. Why would it say that? But it gives all of these, the firmament, like a tent, all of these different phrases that indicate.
It does indicate flat. Now that I'm glad I went through that with him, because it did. At first, I was like, I don't know, but then after he explained it all, it does indicate flat.
Hey, Jeremy,
even though Nate said I wasn't listening.
Hey, Jeremy, there's one more thing I wanted to bring up for everyone, and even those who are believers in the text and in the Creator. A lot of people will tell you, being believers, that it's not important to have the view of what creation is. But if anyone gives that chapter 8 of Proverbs a read, what you're going to find out is when wisdom is speaking and is talking about the inhabitable part of the earth and creation and how it was created, the very last things that wisdom says is, if you hearken to me, you'll be blessed. and hear instruction and be wise, refuse it not. Speaking about all these things also. Blessed is the man that heareth me and watches daily at my gates. Whoso findeth me findeth life, and shall obtain favor. But he that sinneth against me, wisdom, wrongeth his own soul, and they that hate me love death. They that hate me love death. Wisdom just got finished explaining creation to you. So if you hate that, you love death. That's amazing, right? So
That's crazy.
Just think on those things, man. I mean, this is the creator
Well,
is
you
of
have
course going to speak about creation throughout the text. Of course, he's going to do it.
led me to believe that it does imply, like before I was unsure and it could have went either way, but it does heavily imply that it's flat after what you just described. Yeah, with what the Bible says.
Do you even read the Bible, John? No.
I've read bits and pieces, tiny bits and pieces throughout my life.
There's also verses talking about how the moon is its own light as well.
Right?
Yeah, the moon.
Let's hear it. Damn, am I yelling at you? It sounded like you had a little echo, and it sounded like I was yelling. Or do you just have like your speakers way up?
Oh, could you hear the echo through my speakers?
Yeah, it sounded like I'm like screaming at you. Yeah, or you're. Am I yelling, or I do get excited?
Man, you're in a rock here right now, bro. What the fuck?
I mean, I do. I get a little excited when we just this is neat shit we talk about.
Yeah, but Gio, what is the verse in the Bible where they talk about the moon having its own light?
Yeah. Or whoever knows it.
Verse? Is it about the round or the circle Earth or whatever?
No, about the moon having its own light, being its own light source. Just made that up.
You'd find that in the beginning when he created two lights, one to rule the day and one to rule the night. And I'll tell you one that's really amazing to me, if you guys really want to discuss these type of things, is people who say that the sun has no physical attribute, no physical, nothing physical about it. I would disagree with that. I would say there is something physical about the sun, because according to the, go ahead.
Hold on, you said one to rule the.
No, I want. Sorry, I wanted to pull up the
ahead.
passage, Genesis 1:14, and God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament." And then in 15, hold on, wait, 16, Genesis 1:16, and God made two great lights: the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. Yeah.
Yo, is that where J.R. Tolkien got that from the Lord of the Rings?
Cool. I didn't know that it said that.
Yeah, 116 is the one. 116 is the one I was gonna mention as well, because he literally says God. It literally says God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, the lesser light to rule the night. So those are lights. They're individual lights. They're not. One's not a reflection of another.
Yeah, that's a good one right there.
And they both have a source of where they get the energy to do this. So, and another thing that's according to the text is very interesting. A lot of believers will say, and even in this community, believers will say the sun is not physical. There's nothing physical about the sun. But the text that they believe in says the sun will get struck or pummeled, which implies many times, not just once, but it would be pummeled or struck or hit. And so, and when it does that, when it gets hit, it loses a third of its light. Now, here's what's very amazing to me, and it's, I'm really not clear on this because this is something in the future and I haven't seen it and I want to see it. So when it gets hit, it's not long after that it gets really hot and men are scorched by the sun. So what I want to know is when it says it loses a third of its light after it gets hit or pummeled, is it kind of like a magnifying glass and the light being focused down to a focal point and actually burning you up? Because
where
the
does
sun
it say it gets pummeled?
That would be that would be Revelation, the fourth trumpet. which
I'm
would
just
be
asking a question, Jeremy.
I know how
who
this
says
starts.
who says the moon is a reflection of the sun? Because someone said that.
nobody here, I don't think.
Every glober on Earth says that.
No,
No,
one
no.
does.
Pete Chase says that. Pete says that the moon and the sun are like mirror images, just reflecting off of each other.
In the heliocentric model, they say the light coming off the moon is reflected from the sun.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, but
That's what I thought it
the
was.
moon a
Yeah.
reflection of the sun.
They don't say it's its own light. They say it's a reflection from the sun. So it's not what these sacred. It's not what these sacred texts refer to.
But that's
But
how
the
we know
moon
it's
itself
not
isn't
light.
a reflection of the sun. The heliocentric model. Just
The
the light
light.
on it. Yeah.
Kind of like when you shine a light at a wall, or different colored walls, you're going to get a different albedo rating. You're going to see it differently. Same thing.
Yeah, but Pete actually says that the moon and the sun are reflections of each other.
So that's one more way the Bible doesn't. That's one more way the Bible doesn't coincide with the heliocentric model. If you've got two different lights.
All right.
No one said you have two different lights.
What's up?
The Bible's a flat Earth book. Now what?
Hold on, is that RC?
No.
Oh, I thought RC Micey was in here. I had a question for him.
You're going crazy, dude.
I thought I heard RC.
Dude, I hope nothing pummels this.
Bible
That
and
sounds
the
terrible.
Torah are flat Earth books. Now what?
Bible does what?
I'm saying if the Bible and the Torah are flat Earth books, then what?
It is a flat. It heavily implies that it's flat. Did you just hear the last 10 minutes of the conversation in here?
Yeah, I'm saying
Those
if they all
two-
flat Earth books, then what, Jeremy? Like what? Does that do?
probably the Quran is also the Quran.
No,
right?
I'll tell you
Don't
what.
even go there.
The answer is this to your question. Then what?
If A, then B.
It's to those who are believers and take this entire text as the standard. Those are the people who are being reached, and they're coming to a greater understanding. If only their faith in the Creator and in His Word, right, in His message, and then they go and dive deeper into scientific things, and they actually go and do experiments, and they actually go out in creation and look around them. It only brings them to the truth. So that's the what then. It only brings people to more truth, man. That's what it does.
Okay.
Might not be everyone, but at least someone gets the truth, right?
Well, I was going to ask Nate something. Listening to this, though, Nate, if the Bible is a flat Earth book, and you uphold the Bible as you would the Quran in some sense of the word, and the Bible seems to contradict your scientific understanding, what do you do?
The Bible is a flat Earth book and it contradicts the Quran.
I'm just saying, if let's say they should go together. So that means the Quran would be necessarily a flat Earth book, but that
No, the
contradicts.
Quran doesn't. That's not true.
Is the word sphere anywhere in the Bible?
Hold on a second before you go down that road. Okay, so if the Quran and the Bible contradict on the nature of the world, which do you go with? The Quran, I guess, because you uphold the Bible too, right?
If they contradict on, if they did, hypothetically, I would definitely rock with the Quran. Fuck the Bible,
But you said the Quran upholds the Bible.
doesn't
So what
speak.
do you do?
I'm answering you, Paul. Come on. If they contradicted each other, I would definitely go with the Quran. Fuck the Bible. But the Quran doesn't speak on the shape of the earth, man. So
Yeah, it does. It says the earth is rolled out like a carpet.
no, it's implying the action performed. It's not really talking about the shape of the earth.
It says it's spread out like a carpet.
Yeah, but you
on.
should get context as to what that whole surah is talking about. It's not talking about the shape of the earth, you.
Like a spherical carpet?
No.
Well, I also want to focus on the fact that the Quran upholds the Bible, and Islam does too. which means that they would have to think that if the Bible is a flat Earth book,
That's not true.
that means that Islam would have to acknowledge, which I've actually heard teachers of the Quran say that the Earth is flat, but that contradicts your scientific worldview. What do you do?
I've literally, my whole life, being born and raised as a Muslim, never heard an imam say the earth is flat. So I'd love to know who these teachers are, number one. Number two, the Quran doesn't agree with everything in the Bible. The Quran is a reiteration, a sort of cleaning up and summary of the Torah, the books of David, and the Injil being I'm guessing the revelations of Jesus. You know, it doesn't speak about every single thing in the Bible. You know, just the main figures, the main prophets. The Quran also doesn't speak about the shape of the earth. You know.
Well, no. Just think about this though. If the Quran holds up the Bible, but the Bible is a flat Earth book, and the flat Earth book contradicts your scientific worldview, where do you go?
Yeah, if buts and maybes. If that really was the case, like I already said, I would rock with the Quran and I would say fuck the Bible. But that isn't the case, Paul. The Quran doesn't speak about the shape of the earth. So when it comes to the shape of the earth, it's not even contradicting the Bible because it has no comment on it.
Well, I
If
know,
the
but
Bible really is a
Quran
flat
upholds
earth,
the Bible.
you know.
So that means it may correct things that it thinks it's incorrect, but that must mean that it thinks the
It
other
does do
things
that.
are correct, right?
It does correct things in the Bible it feels are incorrect. But when it comes to the shape of the earth, it makes no comment on that. I don't even know if the Bible really does speak about the shape of the earth.
Well, North was making an argument that it did. And actually, you could go back and
Yeah,
read
but just because North says it does doesn't mean North is right. I'm not just going to believe everything North says, you know.
Well, then show where North is wrong. His argument is wrong.
I would have to go and read the Bible, bro. And I'm not going to do that right
have
now.
that.
Like, come on.
Okay.
Yeah, you're being ridiculous. Yeah.
No, I'm asking. I'm making a valid argument that you just don't want to go down that road.
But I'm answering you. I'm telling you that if the Bible contradicted the Quran, I would go with the Quran and I would say fuck the Bible. But that's a hypothetical. That's a big hypothetical, you know. In the real world, that's not necessarily the case.
But the Quran tells you to uphold the Bible. So you're saying fuck the Bible, but then the Bible.
But there's context there, Paul. You know, you are just taking one verse and saying that's what the whole surah was talking about. You should get context as to what it meant in the upholding of the Bible. I gave you the context. It's saying what you need to uphold are the books of Moses, the books of David, and the teachings of Jesus. The Torah.
Okay. So the books of Moses is the Torah, the 5 books of Moses. The books of David would be probably the Kings and Chronicles, and also Samuel, and also the Psalms. So the prophets are gone.
The Zuba, and then the Injil, which are the teachings of Jesus.
Okay, so the Quran upholds the prophets. That's what this answers the simple question.
The Quran speaks about the same prophets that are in the Bible. Yes.
Okay, so it upholds the whole Old Testament and the New Testament.
No, that's not what I said. Because the Old Testament has things in it that aren't part of the books of Moses or the books of David, and the New Testament has things in it that aren't considered part of the Injil. That's why you need context, bro.
Well, that's why I asked you specifically, though. We talked about the 5 books. We talked about the Psalms. But it also asked you about the prophets. And you said, yes, it upholds the prophets.
I said it speaks to the same prophets that are in the Bible.
Which are Isaiah, Jeremiah, Micah, right?
Abraham, Adam, all of them.
Okay, so that means you're holding up the 5 books of Moses, the Psalms, and all the prophets.
And the teachings of Jesus.
And the teachings of Jesus. So the things that North was arguing
what do you mean
from
by
all these books.
What do you mean by upholding?
Well, they said that they held. I'm going what you said. They hold to the teachings of Moses, the teachings of David, the prophets, and the teachings of Jesus. This is what you said.
Yeah, but when you say whole food, it's not to say it's a verbatim copy. It's like an update, a cleanup, a clarification of what's in those of how those teachings and books are expressed in the Bible. The Quran's job is to clean it up and summarize it.
Sorry, guys.
Okay,
I've been waiting to ask a question. Is the
go
word
ahead.
sphere in the Bible?
It's called a ball. There's a passage in Isaiah that talks about being thrown like a ball. North might know where that's at more than me, but I know it's in there somewhere.
In Isaiah?
22:18. I think the word is dur, or something like that, pronounced in Hebrew. You're going to see the same word in the definition circle, but it's like a pile, like a ball. He rolls you into a ball.
Isaiah 20?
22:18, I believe.
Thanks a lot. That's all.
That would be different from the word hud, which is in Isaiah 40:23, speaking of a circle. So look at those two words, define them in the language they were written.
Thanks.
But I mean, why do none of these ancient spiritual texts refer to a globe at all? If the Earth really was a sphere in a vacuum in outer space, you would think it would be in there. It's like the foundation of spirituality. Well, one foundation is the entire realm in which we inhabit.
Well, either the Earth is not a sphere, and we're all wrong about that, or those texts didn't truly have the full information or an accurate description.
What's a ball made out of in biblical times?
Also, I mean, when you look at the geography in most of these ancient texts, it's so fucked up. The maps made based on these ancient texts don't match the maps we have today at all. I mean, the Bible doesn't talk about North America or South America or Australia. Those people didn't even know these places existed.
What are the islands of the sea? What are they?
The islands of the sea. Those could have been any islands within the Mediterranean. Any islands between Southern Europe and North Africa. There are quite a lot, such as the Canary Islands. Come on, man. Get serious now.
So, in your opinion, come on, man. Islands, when it speaks near and far, all the islands of the earth or the sea that are in the sea, you're saying that's only about those people surrounding that area, right? When we're talking about a creator, just a minute. We're talking about a creator and creation. We're talking about all the dirt that is upon the earth and the water. We're talking about that too. All of the creation. We're talking about two different texts, the Quran and the Bible. The Quran speaks of creation and how it was created in 6 days, correct? So the Quran speaks about the creation just as the Bible speaks about creation. Now, if you're going to tell me that the maps and these people, when they were writing, they were just writing about things immediately surrounding them, because when they say islands, it's just the islands that are near to them, right off the shore. It's not the islands of the entire face of the earth, which is why earlier when I bring up the word face of the deep, and we're talking about face of the earth, and we're talking about the entirety of the earth, or all the kingdoms that are upon the whole entire face of the earth. And I know people want to come in and say, well, earth just means land. It just means this land. Look, there's many different lands that are spoken of in the scripture. But when we're talking about a creator addressing his whole creation, all the inhabitants upon the whole entire face of the earth, and we're talking about all the islands that are in the sea, that's every piece of dirt that's sticking up out of the water, my friend. I'm sorry if you can't see that. I think a lot of other people are doing the interpreting. I think the text speaks clearly for itself. He is the creator. He created the entire earth and all the inhabitants thereof, and every piece of land that they stand on, no matter where they're standing, immediately to the Middle East or not. Those
but
near and far.
it's not an indication that they knew about it, though. The people who wrote it.
Not an indication they knew about it. So now they were just stupid and they didn't travel, right?
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, clearly. I mean, they documented their travels. When they traveled to places, they wrote about it, and they never wrote about these other places really far away from the middle or near far east.
We're still finding texts from these people, and you're saying they never wrote about things.
But even
we're
the texts
still
we're
having
still
information
finding
come out
from
and
these people don't talk about Australia. They don't talk about the southern tip of Africa. They don't talk about the eastern horn of Africa. They don't
your
talk
claim
about
was-
West Africa. They don't talk
your
about
claim-
far East Asia. They don't talk about the northern tips of Europe. They don't talk about North or South America.
You just said they did.
Everything we find doesn't mention these places.
Okay, maybe I'm not understanding you, because I think your claim was the Bible is not saying anything about America or South America. And I went to the Bible and I showed you, by the text itself, speaking about the entire creation, which he created the entire earth, right? Did the creator create the entire world that we see or that we're standing upon, or did he just create the Middle East? What kind
created
of
the
cult are
entire
we
world.
getting into now,
But
right?
the men in the Bible weren't aware of the entire world. The men in the Bible that
They
made
wrote
maps
about it,
based
bro.
on the travels
They
and
wrote
places
about
they've been to. No, they never wrote about these places far away from the Middle East. Who in the Bible wrote about Australia?
So, okay, when I say in the scripture it says the islands, right? Or all the kingdoms that are upon the face of the entire earth. Do you think for 1 minute that the author, who is also the creator of this earth, that's the author of the written word? He's the author, right? These things were inspired and written down by men, but the author is the same. He's the creator of the entire earth. You don't think he's going to address the
agree with
entire...
you.
Just a minute.
I
Just a minute.
agree with you, bro.
Just a
Allah
minute.
made the
Please,
whole
just a
entire
minute.
world.
I'll make my point. Just a minute. I'm asking you a question.
You
don't think the creator and the author of the entire earth is going to speak about the entire earth or the kingdoms thereof or the lands thereof in the text when he's the
Of
author?
course he is, bro. Of course he is. God, Allah made the entire planet. He's aware about it. But the men spoken about in the Bible that traveled and made maps based on their travels and the places they've been to, they didn't know about these other places.
So now you're changing the claim. The claim was the Bible
That was
doesn't
my
speak
claim,
about
bro.
South America.
I was
No.
speaking about the
I'm
maps
trying
these
to
people
say it, bro,
made.
but you keep interrupting me as I'm speaking. You said your claim was this. The Bible does not, you didn't say men, you said the Bible does not speak about South America and America. And I went to the Bible and I told you the text says the islands in the sea. All of them, bro. All of them. Not
Right.
some of them.
I
Not some
think
of
they
them
was
that are
specifically
surrounding a
saying
specific place.
that there wasn't like a Bible sequel called like Jesus Part 2, The Bible Down Under.
I'm sorry, I guess I was
I
finished.
think that's what he was. I think that's
There's
what he
no
was trying to allude
moderation.
to,
There's no
to sort of
moderation.
crystallize his point.
Have a good night, guys. No moderation.
Thank you, Snacks. Yeah, I'm
Thanks
glad
for
that
stealing
guy.
my point, Nate. 'Cause, that was my point. You stole my point.
No, that was my point, Coach.
No, it wasn't your point. It was
Thank
my
you for
point.
steel manning.
No, because Gio said something, and I responded. And I said either they knew about the entirety of they knew about or the Bible. Either the Bible's correct, and what did I say? No, I said either the Earth is a globe. No. I said either the Earth is not a globe, and the Bible got it right, or maybe the Bible just didn't know everything about the entire world when they got some things wrong. So that's my point. Which you were
say that, Coach?
you were backing it up because by saying that they didn't write about other parts of the world. So I mean clearly the people who wrote the Bible, it's very possible that they didn't know the full nature of the earth, the accuracy that we do now. So I don't think that's that I don't think it's that unreasonable that they would leave out the part that there's a globe if they didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, did you see what Branch just posted? That's the places spoken about explicitly in the Bible. The places that people in the mentioned in the Bible knew about. And these people documented their travels, spoke about their travels. We have maps about the places they traveled to and from. Australia ain't in those maps.
You do interrupt a lot, Nate.
Yeah, I couldn't even get to my computer, but that was bad, dude. You were just interrupting him nonstop.
My bad. I learned that
Why do you do that stuff? Like, why do you think that's a way to have a conversation?
because people do it to me as well, Jew. I just give back what I get. He was interrupting me as well. It's not like I was the only one doing it. I mean, I'm normally very well behaved, but if someone's going to interrupt me, I'm going to just give it back, unless a mod intervenes.
So you need a moderator? Like, why can't you just like?
No.
What I would do in that case, I would just pull back. I would let him say his thing, and then I would try to speak next.
I tried to do that in the beginning, Jew. I actually tried, and he kept interrupting me, so I just started interrupting back.
You're grounded.
It's just like I don't. Yeah, it's like you.
But
Guys
I learned that trick from Kosho.
Oh my god.
I mean, nobody likes to be muted or moderated, but then you guys just want to interrupt and have chaotic conversations that then require moderation. And then other men like me or whoever else is a moderator has to come in and mute you and do some kind of action. Why can't you just have a conversation without that?
I tried to, Jew. As I said in the beginning, I was trying to, but he started interrupting, so I interrupted back. You know. I mean, I'm generally well behaved. You know? I'm not a Xanic or a Flat Earth Data or an Exo or a Jeremy. You know, I don't do those things.
And you have this very low, slow laugh that you do in the background, and it's very interruptive.
I had my shit turned way down. What did you just say? My name?
He said he was going to do a fatwa on you and the rest of the server.
Huh?
It's not a good thing. Hey, what is a fatwa anyways, Nate?
It's the law they make based on certain interpretations of the Quran.
Oh, that's cool. When Kosho gets married, I'm instituting prima nocta.
What is that? Does that mean that I get to bang everybody else's wife before I have to bang my own wife?
No,
What does that mean?
it's the exact opposite of that.
I'll make sure to marry the ugliest lady in the world.
You've seen Braveheart. You know what it is.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. I don't know the fucking Scottish translation terms. Sorry. Man, have you heard of this?
Yeah, but
Chat GPT-3? GPT-3?
What's that?
Well, it's OpenAI's newest installment. Everyone's going crazy about it.
Yeah, I heard they were going crazy. They just had some big AI breakthrough.
Exactly.
What does it do?
Anything you want. I saw somebody had it. Somebody created a virtual machine just using this fucking chat. But you could get it to answer any question or write any paper. You could get it to write you a paper right now on anything. You can get you to write you a brand new Bible right now. I'm gonna see if I can get it to write a new installment of the Bible where Muhammad and Jesus come back together and defeat the evils of the earth. Let's see what it says.
Hmm. Kosha, what is your profile pic, man?
Huh? Oh, that's an AI generated picture.
AI generated picture of who?
I don't know, some king. I said make a king look however you want. It did that. Hold on. Okay, I'm getting to write me this thing. Oh my god, hold on.
Kosho, would you say the globe is part of your own personal spirituality?
As a part of it, I mean, I guess everything would be a part of it, but not specifically, I guess.
Is the flat Earth part of your spirituality, Jew?
The Earth is, yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't put the label flat Earth on it, but the Earth, absolutely, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's the temple of the womb of Mother Earth. Yeah, absolutely.
Do you like pray to it?
I would say I commune with it.
Okay.
It's like you have the temple of your body, temple of your soul, temple of the earth, all macrocosm, microcosm. Like Gaia, the idea of Gaia, Mother Earth, the spirit of the earth. Yeah, it's like the foundation of this entire realm.
Mm-hmm.
I want to post this, but I don't want to offend anybody. But I had it write me a screenplay, and it says that the bustling police headquarters is filled with the sounds of phones ringing and officers talking, and two detectives, Jesus and Muhammad, sit at their desks, flipping through the files, sipping coffee. And Jesus sighs, "Another day, another stack of cases." I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it's pretty funny.
Wait a minute, the AI wrote that, you're saying?
Yeah, I made it write me this whole screenplay.
How long is it?
I said make it 5 pages, but it looks like it only made it. I don't know. I'm going to tell it to continue.
See, that AI's horse shit. You told it 5 pages and it only wrote 4.5.
I mean, I don't know how long a page is.
You told it to write a story about Jesus and Muhammad saving the earth, and this is what it gave you. I don't believe that.
Well, that's not exactly what I said, but hold on.
Don't it sound like they're taking that shit a
Problems
little
like
too?
AI
I
generated
mean,
like
I'm not one to knock technology, but man, it sounds like they're taking that shit into some uncharted waters, kind of, man.
but the problem with it is that it doesn't really create like a story tree that it follows like just like usually like last word um connections. So it just follows the last word and what the last word was connected to. It just makes a string of connections that way, and then just generates a new word to throw in there, and it just kind of does this over and over again.
What's that useful for?
What it'll eventually evolve to is where it's like using a more skeletal way to use that information, and then it can then bullshit better. Like for doing a draft of something might be helpful, like do a scene like that, but it's not super helpful now because of the level that it's at isn't useful like to make a TV show with or anything.
I mean, you could write a complete book or screenplay or write jokes or anything like that. Yeah.
Isn't like all this AI stuff just gonna make human beings redundant? Like, how are we gonna compete with an AI that can write a world-class novel in 5 minutes?
Stop being a writer and don't be useless.
And then do what? Like, what would there be left for human beings to do?
Well, you have to interface with the AI, so that's one.
If the AI can learn to interface with itself, it wouldn't need a human to give it instruction anymore, right?
It's just a data set, that has to learn, train itself ultimately.
Yeah, but it will get to a point where it doesn't need us.
Well, how long until an orchestra doesn't need a conductor? I would
Yeah,
have thought
like
a long
in
time
the
ago.
year
Yeah.
in the year 3000, like robot Jesus will be born and AI will take over. I'm firmly okay with that probability in the year 3000. But we're just at like the dawning era of like dynamic AI systems and applications and implementation. It's like, I don't know, like at World War II, they were just like trying to crack like the Enigma machine and shit. So, that was AI then. It's better now.
Yeah, but there's certain things that can never replace a human.
Well,
Like,
no,
like
it's
live,
drawing.
like live music.
It's
certain
only able to draw off of,
creativity.
right. I mean, as well, like for instance, like an AI can beat like a player at Go or chess, because because of these different ways that strategies that it might wait to like to beat somebody. But this is a competitive thing, so there's arguable like there's different outcomes that it can, but artistic creative stuff is so subjective that it has to like almost directly sample like other works and just use them as a training reference, so like if you tell it to paint something like in the style of Van Gogh or Monet or whatever, you might get close to that, you might get something that weirdly mutates into something else. So it's kind of a hit or miss thing now, but yeah, I think when this stuff hits its next wave of progression, it's going to be really, really interesting because it's starting to be pretty good. Like for instance, if you try to like, there's like AI packages that do sound and stuff, so you could be like, make me like a fusion of like Beethoven and David Bowie or something like that, and what would that sound like? And it might try it, but it's just not going to really be sounding very good yet, you know. But they're better at
Yeah,
doing like
but,
the speech stuff.
yeah,
Speech
but Gio, I
recognition.
mean, you could just have concerts where it's a hologram of some famous dude that died. Like, I mean, you wouldn't need like a real person hosting a live show, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like for instance, if you had like a data map of like somebody's, if you just like intensely data logged the shit out of somebody for like 5 years and had all their phone conversations, all their texts and stuff like that, you'd have a very, very big data set with which to simulate that person for.
Yeah, or like if I don't know, Beyonce is sick or was in an accident and she might miss a tour date, you know. You just have a hologram do it, right? Or some
Yeah, you could have whatever thing that plays digital music, I guess. Yeah, but I'm talking about like there's this band I really like called Goose, and they're amazing. They do all like live shows, improvisation, all that. There's nothing that could ever replace that. Live music, improvisation, where they're all listening to each other and playing off each other and soloing and all the rest of it. Like, there's just no way an AI could ever replace that.
Why do you say that?
Yeah, why?
I mean, if you restrict the data set down, I mean, you could make something like if I just took like all Paganini and just like, you know, downloaded that into the computer and say, hey, design stuff from this, it would just recycle that and develop and derive all these like things that could be, would they all sound pleasant? Would, you know, at some point there's going to be like a teeter-totter point where the stuff will actually be better, you know, and work a little bit better. But yeah, it's not like the improviser. It's not a human consciousness experiencing these things. It's just drawing on somebody else's performance data.
Well, no, you can set the you can set how much creative freedom it has to do random just random stuff or whatever, and then judge it based off that. I mean, you can change this, you can scale it up or down depending on how random you want it or how you know, to how much you want it to be close to the, you know, to whatever it
It's
has.
just like, yeah, but I mean, so what's the capability of it to be like, hey, generate me a new Rembrandt painting? You know, I could make like a fake Rembrandt from that. You know, maybe I could like 3D print the oils down and age it chemically and stuff, and just present it and be like, yeah, this is like, but nothing can do that. There's no AI image generator that is capable of that level of quality or anything. I don't know. Or maybe there is. I mean, maybe it's just a process of just tuning it to that specific shit, you know, and you know, testing it out.
Almost all of them always include a level of uncertainty. That's why otherwise it would just show up like pictures that already exist, but it leaves a little bit of a little bit of room for like uncertain like random occurrences and stuff.
I'd also like that, and like let's say I run like a web page, you know, that just has like headline bulletins, and I know how many clicks each thing receives, and you know, I could run all of my highest click images through like an AI analysis filter, and it can tell me exactly like what you know might these things have in common, and maybe find me ones that are based on those results, like tuned in, you know, like so it's like it can be a tool that way, where it's not like, you know. I'm trying to defend AI. But it's just like, I mean, at some point, it's just like AI isn't a thing. Like, there's no consciousness behind this shit. It's just like recycling data in a way, and yeah, it's pretty amazing. Like all the deepfake stuff. Like I've been watching that all like progress. Like I guess since the beginning.
Yeah, like it's not really inventive. It's just reiterative. It doesn't like
How
invent.
long before they can debate us?
Well, like yeah, so like you could design like an
Like
AI
chicken.
person, like a personality based on like Captain Kirk, right? And you could draw from every single Star Trek episode that there is and compile it all down and say like this is what Captain Kirk would say in all these situations. And so you could have like I don't know. It could take you a while, but I mean, it's just like it's more of a parlor trick than it is anything else. It's not a consciousness or anything
Right,
like
I
that.
get
It's just
that, but what I'm asking
algorithm.
is how long before they could trick us, like before they had a flat Earth debating AI and us think it's a person.
Well, that they
Oh,
could do. They could make an AI debate the globe because all they have to do is repeat the stuff off Google.
I made both of those. Flat Earther and
So
a
you think
globe.
they could trick us? That you think there could be bots already that are argue that we're debating with live every day or in like Discord that could be bots and not real people? You don't think we'd catch on? Because I would eventually say, like, bro, every time I ask you something, you're answering fucking off
Kosho,
subject, or you know.
Kosho, Kosho. Did you make your AI be a debater or just a glober and a flat earther? Right, or did you? And I wanted to follow up with: did you have them debate each other, or did you just fuck with them? Okay.
Brian, don't you think you could tell though if it wasn't a real person?
I know I went to one of them chats. I forgot what it was, but it was like online chat, and I could tell within a minute it was just responding to keywords. I knew it wasn't a person, and there's other people who didn't, but I'm sure they would have caught on.
I don't think Kosho made debaters AIs.
That's a long time ago, though. I'll be honest. I would hope I would catch on, but I don't know.
Well, you could do it with a text bot would be, that would be easier to do if it's only in text.
Yeah, well, a lot of times there's like it's not direct refutation. It's just like that a flat earther will be saying something, and then a glober will bring up like a adjacent point or like an ancillary point, to that, and go on that. So like you just have tag words like for all these unknowns, and then just say like, yeah, punch, this macro, post this thing, post this video.
Like they
Or
could
just
make it
post.
respond with a script, like straight off of like McToon's web page or just a regular script when they hear the keyword. But I would catch on. I feel like I'd catch on like if that's all they ever did. It'd have to be able to answer direct questions and kind of improvise. Because if you dodge every single question, well, fuck, dude, I'm sitting here describing Nate. Damn.
They could give it they could give it the Xanac behavior and shit, and he'd do his explanations and monologues.
He's
That
such
would
a
trick
rascal.
me. It would trick the shit out of me if it fucking acted like that.
An NPC globe debater.
But we know, because we know.
World does a really good Glover, I think. Glover impression.
But I'd love to see like the debate, like, you know what I mean? The average Glober and then your Globe debater are totally different.
Yeah, of all the people that believe in the globe, what percentage of them actually assert the globe, or would want to like actually assert it or debate it in that way? It's probably like a fraction of a percent.
All of them who get triggered.
Evangelical Globers. Yeah.
I guess there's some people that might defend just say pictures from NASA or something like that, but actually full on get into it. It's a pretty small percentage.
Yeah, time is crazy. I think about like 20 years from now, like what this conversation might look like, or 40 years.
Well, I don't really think the resolution of it is going to come through a debate, though.
No.
Like, it's not like it's going to just debate its way, and it's not really quite how it's going to go down.
The authority cannot step down from the pitcher's mound here, They can't just be like, oh yeah, I mean, there needs to be some replacement. Like, oh yeah, like whatever we were doing is still good, but we're just doing it a different way now since it's flat, or whatever. We can still do space.
You think they could keep space going without the globe?
If it's a isolated singular instance of Earth that is just a one of a kind, then I don't know. There's different ramifications. If there were other places to go, other systems to go to, then that kind of travel would be something you might have to invest a lot of time in technology and stuff in order to traverse it safely or whatever. If you're going to like try to set up like another outpost or a plan B or just a secondary civilization, or perhaps you join in a bunch of others. Who knows? Does the cosmology itself matter? It's really what you can do with it. Effectively, it doesn't matter if Mars is a planet or anything. It's just like, well, what can we do with it? Is it accessible? If there's somewhere else that's accessible, if we go there, and it looks like Mars, I mean, would you know the difference if they just simulcasted it from another area of the vast plain? Or even fucking if it was in the Mongolian desert, for that matter, you wouldn't know if it was any different. Just I don't know. It's total speculation.
Yeah, you heard the idea that like
speculation land.
Let's say there's more land out there, that they would call that Mars, and then like trick people and tell them they're getting on a spaceship going to Mars, but they're actually just going to other land.
Yeah, stay horizontal the whole time.
Yeah.
Just long distance.
But I don't. They'd have to not have windows on the craft or something, though.
I don't know if it works because my interpretation is that the whole orbiting thing that's going on there is some part to do with the ionosphere flat energy. Just like that band is moving things around. But
oh, my bad. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
But you could have fake windows on it though. You could think they're windows, so the people on it could think they're looking out a window, but really you're just looking at a screen.
Possibly. Don't you think they'd be able to notice it's not a window though?
Well, you'd just be seeing what's out. You know, they could just have a camera and have them see what you want. Like, so it would look like they're just looking outside to start, and then you know, I don't know. You're saying, could you tell if you're looking at a screen or not? I mean, maybe. Who knows with these high def screens and shit at this point?
Yeah. So I don't know. What does that mean that, yeah, wouldn't they be like, hey, shouldn't I be floating right now? You know, they would start to ask questions like that. I mean, on a voyage from the Earth to supposedly Mars, yeah, like you should be having to compensate for gravity if their model is applicable here. Anyway, it's a significant problem, you know, for long duration space travel, any kind of travel. Even if you were driving in a car, if there was no gravity, it would be a pitch. Tic Tacs be floating around everywhere. You know, it's just such like an imaginative, like, you know, thing to think about. The engineering of it and everything, the conjecture of it, and the materialistic paradigm, you know. So I don't know. It's like it's fun to geek out on, I guess, but it's impractical and unprovable, and all these other things at the same time. But you know, I guess you got to choose your own adventure here. But yeah, you would think that in the Bible it'd be more like laid out, right? It'd be like, yeah, this is totally a ball, but it's gonna look flat. You know what I mean? Just tuck that away somewhere in the Jobs. You know.
I mean, from what Noah said earlier, it does implicate that it's flat.
Mm-hmm. It does implicate it.
Not Noah, north. My bad, north.
Oh, north. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it implicates that it's flat. It's just like if it were a sphere, it would be like, wouldn't he would like point that out? Somebody would point that out. No, not just make it seem like it's flat in all you know, references. That'd be tricky. You know what I mean? That'd be like playing a joke on somebody.
And you got two different light sources, so that's an issue.
So if these three like big time religions, all would feature that, let's say if you want to include the Quran, I don't know where we left on that one, but let's say that's a maybe, that's a flat thing. If we can say that the Christian that the Bible and the Torah are flat, and maybe we could infer that the Quran is also flat, but because they wouldn't want to stick out from the other guys and be like, yo, well, it's cool that you think it's flat, we think it's a ball. Wouldn't they fight about that?
I may have heard percentage argue before that the Quran says it's flat. I'm not sure.
Like, and the carpet thing makes sense because like if you lived in a particular area, you could just kind of like like lay the carpet out and it east to west facing, and or with yeah, you could use that as sort of a seasonal map, if you will. I think that's what some of that ornament is actually about in rug decorations. I think that's where it starts from in the Middle East. I don't know. What do you think? Rugs are usually used for prayer and stuff, but I don't know. It's like kind of a nice item to have, in the primitive past. There's no iPhones. So like rugs are pretty good. Rugs are pretty high tech, actually. Isn't it cool that we live now and not then? I think that's so jazzy. Yeah. Well, all the stupid like things that we take for granted, man. Like, it came from like so far away to get to you, and it's like been risking their lives to bring it there. Shit, that's crazy. Well, people do, I guess. Still, shipping is dangerous. Yeah, but no Jesus Down Under, no Bible the sequel. I think that's disappointing, and I'm disappointed in myself for realizing it. But I don't know. I assume that Bible would have equally vague references to celestial elements as well, right?
Yeah, you would think so. Because they also talk, a lot of these ancient texts talk about, traditional texts talk about like the underworld and the heavens above, sort of these different layers. Like you have the physical earthly plane, and then you have the great deep, or the underworld. Then you have like the heavens, the celestial, angelic heavens that are up at sort of above. So how does that work on a globe?
Yeah, I mean, there's like, what was happening the other day? Like RC came in and was trying to say like all the Vedic stuff's like saying like, oh yeah, totally sphere. You know, they were totally about that. Like, he got like a Wikipedia tear and then decided to try to say that like, I don't know what he's talking about. Like, I don't know. I've never seen anything referenced as sphere in any of the Vedic stuff. But why would it be? It's like the root to all the other stuff that says it's flat. So why would it be different than that? I don't know.
Yeah, he didn't really back any of that up. I remember I wasn't really at my mic, but I was listening. I was kind of cringing in the background when he was saying that.
Yeah. I wanted to speak up, you know, it's like, also I want to have like good ammunition if I'm going to like, you know, participate. But, I mean, there's like lots of the mandala stuff. Yeah, that's all like circular, you know, but it's not spherical.
There may be some like modern day reinterpretations where they bring in some kind of sphere, but that's not in any of the original Vedics at all. Any of the Vedic stuff.
Well, like even the Vedic like astrology is different. Like it's all westernized now. Like there's almost very very few people that actually know the original Vedic like astrology, those traditional things. You know, there are a lot of charlatans though that pretend that they do. Just I think the same thing is true with like a lot of Peruvian stuff. Like a lot of times there's like translators and stuff for like they're like trying to read glyphs in you know in like Aztec or Incan glyphs, and it's like, yeah, okay, you know, whatever, you just could make up anything. That this guy, you know, he seems like he's so native that it's like, yeah, how could you doubt him? This guy's probably making a ton of money, like just as a tourist guide, you know what I mean? Just have to have some kind of story, but you know, damn. Yeah, it's tough to get good information though on any of the stuff that goes back, but you know, clearly it's like everybody's building the same structure house. You know what I mean? These pyramid fucking things. They all understand the stars. Like, yeah, let's just conclude that there's a, you know, something that came before this age that we have on cell phones and shit. Talk about satellites going around a ball. Get on with it. You know, it's like a blip in the radar of all of time. You know what I mean? Of all of the time that we could know about, and then there's all the time that we can't know about. And you're gonna tell me like so since 1969, like till now, like this brief little period of time is like enough to like the fucking like the Persians spent like 100 years trying to like religiously sack the Romans. Like it's not beyond the pale to think that such a other thing could be going on in this type of situation, especially that it like sort of displaces faiths, I guess, religious faiths. I mean, or puts it in a different frame of reference, if you will. I like that. A little Einstein, I mean, toss that in there. Why not? Frame of reference as far as like
Guys,
what's the divine and like what's the search for the divine and those kinds of things. Approachable through science. Now they're approachable through science. But before, not so much, Before we couldn't access the mighty power of God through splitting the atom. Couldn't do that before, but then after Einstein, AE, we get that. That's just, I don't know. It's amazing.
I love when mainstream believers try to claim that they know the limits of the power of God and say there can't be a universal reference frame, there can't be a God perspective reference frame, and they know this and they base this off of the limits of physics known to us in our realm here. Like, oh yeah, well physics has these limits, so God couldn't have a pause button on the not even a fucking pause. You don't even need a pause. Everything could just be flowing, and God could just be so grand. He holds all the information of the universe at once. It seems like an easy concept, but for some reason, people will act like they follow it all and say it must be impossible.
These are deep realizations to have, though.
Just weird why they do it. It doesn't make any sense. People seem otherwise logical, and just get twisted on some of these weird points when it involves like a creator or something outside what we would assume our boundaries are.
It's like the logical and the spiritual do cross over, but we're pretty careful about how that happens. I think a lot of beliefs are like, I don't know if you really broke them down, maybe they don't make sense, but yet they drive us. Like your own beliefs. Hope and the idea. It's like a lot of things aren't quantifiable in the sense like, oh yeah, we have this absolute.
Wrong.
Hey Don, I couldn't get to the mic earlier, but what were you asking before?
I wanted to know like how specific the program got for your AI. Like when you say you had made a glober and a flat earther. I mean, I remember maybe overhearing you talk about that before, but I never asked you specifically. Did you create their profile as a debater or just like a glober and a flat earther?
Yeah, I added that in there that they would argue against it. Yeah.
That they were what? Cocky?
That they would argue for it or against it. Yeah.
Right, but there's difference saying that they would argue for it. That's saying it's a person who decides to argue. But have you ever tried making it like that? You know how you said you have to tell it what it is, tell the AI what it is. Have you ever say you are a debater, you are a scholastic debater, and then you get what I mean?
No. What do you mean?
I'm saying like when you telling the debater it's like it's a police or the AI is a policeman or it's a person who has this knowledge or that knowledge. Have you ever added in the trait that they are a person who, they like to have rhetorical debates or whatever, or scientific debates or whatever? Not that they just would argue the points. Did you like make it a background of like to simulate, to try to create more of a Xanac or whatever, or you, or the flat Earth side, or
What's the difference between somebody? I don't get the difference.
Can you make an AI?
so I could say, hey, you're a person who, whenever you see crime, you're gonna go out and try to help. Right. And then I also could do a different version of the AI where I could be like, you are a police person. You grew up, your job is you're a police person, like you spend a lot of time doing, how it's like different. You program that it's going to do something versus that's its background. Isn't that a valid variable?
I don't understand the difference. I don't see. There's
Yeah. All right. Never mind.
Like you're saying one is a flat earther or one's a globe earther. And then, well, so tell me the difference between
The difference is I can say, hey man, there's a glober and or there's a guy that likes black and white and there's a guy that likes colors. I'm gonna tell both of these guys to paint, right?
Okay.
And I'm saying, hey, you're guys that like colors, and then you're gonna be painting. Wouldn't it come out with a different result? And then you have a conversation with it or whatever about the paintings. But wouldn't it be a different result that if you say, you AI, you are a painter. Your background is you are a painter. Also, you like colors. And also, you are now going to paint and talk about it. Isn't it an extra layer to give it that background trait, behavioral trait?
If I ask you the question, I'm going to ask you. It's just going to annoy you, so I'm not going to ask you.
I think you're right. How would it be different? Is that your question? How is it going to be different?
How is what you're saying different? It's the same thing.
Because one has the background of it, and one you're telling it to do a thing. Here's what's different, Kosho.
You said they were both painters.
No, I said they're both going to paint anyway.
Oh,
you told me
so
before.
I see. So one of them you didn't say was a painter. I get it.
No, they both. Oh my God. You could add that. I just thought before you were like, yo, you got to kind of give it some background. You got to kind of tell it what it is. You got to kind of like give birth to a baby and then tell your baby what it is. And I get that you're saying like you're telling it it's going to debate and discuss stuff, but you could just, without talking about flat, you could just say like, hey, you're a debater. Like take on the personality traits of a debater. Wouldn't that be different than saying, okay, take on the personality traits of a glober and now debate with somebody else? Like, you know what I mean? Isn't it a little bit different? Like, you never told it was a debater, so it's an average person trying to debate now, right? It's an average person.
I see.
It can't be. What is the platform that you're using?
Yo, you're telling me you can load up all the flat Earth arguments and all the globe Earth arguments and have the guys debate in AI?
You don't even have to do that. But I'm doing it right now.
Can you do that?
Yeah, you can do that without having to do what you just said. Yeah. All I did was I said.
So whenever you do that,
I'm doing it right now.
Let's have a debate.
Auto debate.
Are you going to program them fair or? See, that's sneaky. I don't trust that. Never mind. We're not doing no debate between your guys.
Jeremy, did you overhear what I just went through? Like, were you following me at all?
Yeah, that's why I don't trust this thing. Because Koso is going to make the Glober AI better than the Flat Earther AI, and it's going to get crushed.
He's going to make a peach AI.
Yeah, he's going to model it after like Democ or fucking something crazy.
It needs to be Flat Earth data versus Xanic. That would be the best. Which AI can fucking run on the fucking longest?
He's going to make like a Jace. The Glober AI is going to be like a Jace, and we're going to get a fucking, we're going to get it down.
You got a 200-foot pole. 200-foot pole, okay?
Hey man, I get plenty of the Globers to say maybe, dude. That's like that's as far as it gets right there. Like that's come on, I'm aces, bro. I get them to say maybe.
Oh,
you roboted out.
Yeah, you did. Anyhow, yeah, I was trying to tell you, Don. Every time I've done that, I don't have to train it to do anything because it's already been trained. And I just told it, what did I say? I said, you're a flat Earth. You're the best flat Earth arguer, and you firmly believe the Earth's flat. That's it.
All right, let's make your little AIs, and I want to hear the debate between them.
Okay, but what do you think would happen? What do you think, Kosho? What if you had in the same program loop where you said, okay, specimen A, you are the best debater in the world. And then specimen B, you are the second best debater in the world relative to specimen A. And then you made the flat earther the best one and the glober the second best one. How do you think that would happen? You think that could go down like that?
Yeah, people have done this. Not with flat Earth and globe Earth, but you can make them have a conversation with yourself.
What platform are you using?
So like are you making these bots right now?
Yeah, the one I'm using right now is OpenAI.
Are you making the flat Earth and the Glover bot right now, or does that already exist?
I've already done it a million times. I have it right here. I just asked it right now. I said,
did you ever have them debate each other?
No.
Huh?
No.
Why? That would be the first thing I did.
I gotta go through all that trouble.
Is it hard to get them to talk to each other?
Well, I'd have to take the API twice and have it respond to the responses that the other one had just given out, and then feed it to the other one as the input.
That sounds like a lot of work. You should just innovate like a little program that just already has value. It's too much work. I gotta put the API and do this and that. Why it's not just like setting? Have the AI talk to your second AI.
Why are you not having them debate each other? That would have been the first thing I did.
He doesn't know. It's like Kosho. Step one, you are the best debater in the world. Nobody can beat you in a debate. You're so good at debating. You could win a debate. Say this profile.
Oh, you're using the Chat GPT?
No.
The robot down. So okay, bring your Glover bot, and I'll debate your Glover bot. Where's the act?
Okay, fine. Hold on.
Get your Glover bot in here. Is there? Can we see what you see before you have a chance to edit it? Because I don't want you saving this goofy ass AI thing you got.
Hold on.
Can you live stream this so that way we can see it in real time and know you're not helping? About the
OpenAI,
bro.
Kosho doesn't like doing it because it's like all that work that he's doing. They just they steal the robots for free, and now they have them forever. And they have the data about how interested.
Get on your robot. Your robot in down. Kosho, how long till you got this Glover bot ready?
Give me 20 seconds.
Can we see it live, or do we have to just get the answers through you? That's pretty important because I don't want you. I'm not saying you're a cheater, but I'd like to see it in real time.
What's it called in OpenAI?
Like, is this something my people can go to and type the thing in that I'm going to say, and then they see what they say?
Okay, so I said it was a globe earther, okay? And then I said, so the globe earther says, I'm a sphere earther. Do you have any proof the Earth is flat? So go ahead and respond to it.
Yes, there's no curvature. There's no measured curvature. Say that. There is no measured curvature.
Say yeah. How about say I have this black swan image.
No, Don.
All right, do you?
And then that's retarded.
Hold on. Can we see in real time the responses? Or are we just trusting that this is what he's saying?
We can trust Kosho, but you could have been like scientifically
No, we don't trust
specific.
Kosho. Don, I
Oh,
told you
God,
years ago
come
about
on.
this.
I'm not going to go through all the trouble, man. Just so it says actually there has been several. This is a sphere Earth. There's actually been several measurements of Earth's curvature, including satellites, lasers, even hot air balloons. The Earth's curvature has been verified by scientists multiple times.
Okay, let's have one of the measurements. Can I have one of the measurements, please, Mr. Robot?
Oh my God.
Like, are you picking and choosing what it says, or what's up? Is there like options?
But it asked you for proof, and you were like, "You don't have proof. That's my proof." Like, come on, you could have really attacked this motherfucking thing.
Okay, so
What do you mean? What's up?
Go ahead, Coach.
Word for word what it says, dude. You said, show me one of those measurements you speak of. It says, sure. One of the most well-known experiments was performed by an Italian scientist, Giovanni Battista Rocchili, in 1650. He used a telescope to observe stars and time the amount of time it took for the stars to appear in two different locations. He noticed it took longer for the stars to reappear in the second location and concluded the Earth must have curvature. There you go.
And that's supposed to be your measurement of Earth curve?
Why don't we give him a legitimate question?
You want to give him a mulligan?
No, you're saying that's supposed to be. That's obviously supposed to be a measurement of Earth curve. That's what he says.
So
well, I've measured the Earth to be flat for 10 miles. No curvature on the Black Swan. 10 miles of flatness.
Here's what I'll ask him. I'll say, how does that how do you claim that that's a measurement of the curve?
Or I could just say, okay, that's fine. We look at things, that's their actual position. We make angle measurements.
Okay, yeah. Say this. Say
in the middle of saying something, dude.
Well, say that merely infers it might be curved.
Now, do you want to debate the robot?
You're not debating it.
What am I doing then?
Bro, it's whooping y'all's ass talking about scientists we've never heard of in this arena ever before.
We're just getting into it. It just started. Relax. You want to do it? You can do it if you want.
I never heard of Riccioli.
I'll let you do it, Don, if you want. Go ahead.
I mean, it's all right. Coach kind of he stuttered a little bit, so I was like, you could just shore it up by just letting him know it merely infers. Like what's the best way we could say we could go? Oh, really? That's your curvature? I think by saying that merely infers it could be curved and proves nothing. That's more of a scientific response.
That's actually not a response. I agree that's a flat earther response, but it's not an actual response. So, how do you respond to that? If somebody's saying what you just said,
let's see what it does.
No, just make a meaningful response so we can respond.
Let me just debate the bot, Don. Let me just debate the bot.
Kill it. Make it tap out, Jeremy.
Okay, just you gotta fall back for a second though. So he brought up this Bertolli guy. Fine. We look at things, that's their position, and then we can tell if the Earth's curved or not. Good. So I will do what you said, Don. I have an observation that I've made, just like Bertolli, where I pull a telescope out and I can see an oil rig that's unobstructed for 10 miles. And if the Earth is curved, you know the whole spiel.
Okay, hold on.
Type that with it, and you know the whole spiel. Tell it that
No,
too.
don't type that. Don't type that. Type if the Earth is curved, then somebody with a 1 foot observer height, and put the formula in.
Okay, hold on.
Come on, bro. Yo, you got a website for this so we can see if you're even giving us the real answers or not? Like, where is this bot at? Is this just on your computer?
I'll share my screen. Hold on.
I want to make sure you're not helping this robot guy. I know you love to save your guys when I'm having at them, but. Bro, bring the bot in the voice chat, bro.
Hey, hold on. This is what I said.
Bring him in the voice chat.
First of all, that's gonna be too complicated, dude. It's got this new thing called Whisper, and it can listen to your voice and then change that to text and then respond to that. It involves a lot of preparing. But anyways, yeah, I said I pulled out a telescope when I was at sea level, and I could see oil rigs much further than the formula for the distance to the horizon says I should be able to see them. Sometimes 10 times further. Okay, that's what I said.
Good. Okay, good response.
Because your responses suck, so I had to fucking.
All you did was put what I said in different words.
Yes, exactly.
It's the same, saying the same thing.
Okay, so there's a sphere earther. This is an interesting phenomenon that can be explained by the curvature of the Earth. The formula you mentioned only considers the surface of the Earth and doesn't take into account the refraction of light due to the atmosphere. This refraction effect causes objects to appear above the horizon line, thus allowing you to see further than the formula says you should be able to. Fair enough?
That's what your robot said.
That's what the robot said.
Okay.
I bet I can see my own ass.
All right, Don, do you want to do it, Don? Don, do you want
No,
to do it?
I'm ordering food. I'll be back in about 7 minutes.
Okay, type this in. How do we, hold on a second. Hi.
Looks like the AI beat Jeremy in a debate.
Are you using the code version of it?
Well, I'm using just open AI, but yeah, if I wanted to do anything more complicated, I would need to use API and just code it out. Otherwise, I'm just using the.
So you're just using this like off the straight chat?
No, I'm using the one of OpenAI. The OpenAI, they have like a playground.
Right. And OpenAI, the GPT chatbot.
No, not that one. That one's more powerful, but you can't get it to do stuff like this for some reason.
Is it the?
Settle down. Go ahead, Snacks.
I'm just trying to figure out which one is it. The one that just lets you query stuff.
I don't know. Let me see. No, yeah. If you just go to OpenAI and you find where the playground is, there's a playground thing.
Okay.
And you just use that. But a chat, yeah, because that Chat GPT it'll take you to another website. The OpenAI's website, they have I think on their website there's a thing that says API, and then if you click on that, it might make you sign in or make an account. But then after that, then you can use the playground.
Yeah, you can rephrase this however you want, because what I'm going to say is probably not what the best way to phrase it for the AI. But yes, we know it's explained by the globe by a phenomena called refraction. However, how do we know that that's what's actually happening?
Oh, your go-to. Okay. So I got to try to make sense of your fucking nonsensical bullshit.
I mean, that would make sense to a human being. Any human being that heard me say that would make sense to. So
that's your catch. If you were a toy, dude, if you were a toy and you pulled your string, then that's one of the fucking things that would come out.
I'm just saying it's not a valid, reasonable question to ask.
I guess I could ask, like, how do we know that that's actually refraction doing that, and it's not just because the Earth's not curved? I could ask something like that.
I could explain why things fall down because of invisible unicorns. That doesn't mean that's what's actually happening, or why you have weight change with latitude or whatever. Pick something.
All right, hold on.
I do love how you are actually admitting the evidence, though, Jeremy. Good job.
RC, what religion are you? RC.
I'm a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I'm Mormon.
So you're a Mormon.
Mm-hmm.
All right, just checking.
Yeah, what's up?
There was some thing the other day where people thought you were a Christian or something.
I am.
Yeah, Mormons are Christians, dude.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, the name of my church is the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
So why aren't you just called Christians instead of Mormons?
People call us Mormons.
Give it kosher.
People call us Mormons, and typically because we don't just use the Bible, we also use the Book of Mormon as scripture.
Is that the crazy guy that supposedly found those golden tablets or something?
Yeah, we don't consider him a crazy guy, but yes, Joseph Smith found the golden tablets.
So stupid, Jerry. Why would you ask him that?
Well, I mean, I heard you guys ripping Lael on that dude one day, and you guys were making him out to be a lunatic.
Assholes do that. Like Chris,
they were making that guy out to look like a lunatic, and those things weren't even real, and he deciphered them wrong or something.
I mean, I can make Moses kind of look like a lunatic too. It's like, so there's this really old guy who thought he could be the Pharaoh of Egypt, but instead he talked to a bush that was on fire, and it told him the name of God, and then he led a bunch of slaves out of Egypt through the desert for 40 years. It only takes 9 days to walk there anyway. Told him that God wouldn't let him go there. Then after he died, they finally went. See, I can make Moses sound insane too.
Okay, anyways, Kosho, did you type in the thing?
Zero response to that one.
I'm not really concerned because I think Moses might have been on DMT. Plus, that's a guy in the story. We're talking about a guy that's not in the. Is your guy like part of the biblical thing, or is he just a guy that?
No, we just believe he was a prophet in the early 1800s.
Yeah. So whatever. I'm more
Bible,
concerned with beating up this.
If you've ever read the Bible, you realize some crazy things have happened in the Bible. God tends to do
crazy shit,
pretty amazing things. Yeah.
Yeah, God stopped the earth. God stopped the sun in the sky one time. God made 2 lights when he was creating the thing, the moon and the sun, 2 different lights, he said, right? We went over this about a half an hour ago. I'm basically an expert now.
I know. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, you can make anybody related to any religion dealing with what many would consider things like supernatural stuff. Yeah, sure, you can make anybody sound crazy if you want. You don't have to try too hard with Joe Biden, but or Moses or Joseph Smith, but everybody assigns their own value to him.
But I mean, don't you guys go with Moses though?
I mean, I never went with Moses anywhere, but yeah, we do believe Moses.
Like the Mormons are but the Mormon people, they're like with the whole Moses thing.
We're down with the Moses, yeah.
You're down
probably
with
not
the
as much
Moses, yeah. So
since I understand
it doesn't really help if you. But it doesn't really help if you try to ridicule Moses because that's your own. It's still your own stuff.
No, that's. I was doing that as satire for you. He's like, don't you believe that crazy guy? And so I'm sure, yeah, you could make any prophet sound like a crazy guy if you just, laugh at it and caricature what they did. Right?
All right, Kosho, did you type what I said in?
I didn't type what you said in.
Cheating, bro. Type what I said in.
What I typed in was, how do you know that it's refraction allowing for us to see those oil rigs instead of They're just not being any curvature there to hide them. That's what I said. Okay.
Okay.
And it said,
what'd they say?
We can be certain that the Earth is curved and not flat due to multiple data points measuring the curvature of the Earth, such as the experiments by Riccoli or satellite measurements. Additionally, this refraction phenomena has been observed and studied, and it has been confirmed that the atmospheric effects are the cause of objects appearing above the horizon line. There you go.
So he said he has other measurements that don't. So read that again real quick.
No, he said he brought up the fucking Riccoli guy that he brought up earlier, and then he brought up satellite measurements, and then he brought up additionally that refraction has been studied, and we know that it can bring objects above the horizon.
We don't know if they were there. So he know we would have to know their actual position. Ask that.
Oh my god!
Do you have to know their actual position to know which way the light's bending?
Sounds like he's not claiming that in that instance that's what happened. He's not claiming proof of that. What he's claiming is that it can do that. And so, since we know that there's curvature and we know that it can do that, we can go ahead and.
You don't know there's curvature. This was supposed to be.
That's what he's saying.
The knowing. This is supposed to be how you know there's curvature. This was supposed to be it.
No, it wasn't. This was.
And now you're saying.
No.
Yes, I said. How do we know there's curvature? Okay.
No,
he made an observation. I made an observation.
Yeah, but
mine had refraction in it. What's up?
This response was to your observation. It wasn't his proof of curvature. This was just his response to your observation.
Okay, so let me ask, how does he know which way the light's bending in my observation?
All right. He's already answered that, but I feel like he's gonna get annoyed at me for fucking saying this, dude.
Because they've done experiments with this Bertolli thing. Yeah, so he's making a geometric claim based on apparent position.
He doesn't want to annoy the AI. It's so funny.
He's making geometric claims on apparent position because even in his thing, he doesn't know where the actual position of those stars are.
Okay, he says, I said, how do you know which way the light is bending in my example? So the curvature of the Earth causes light to bend slightly towards Earth's surface due to the refraction of the atmosphere. This is why objects appear higher above the horizon than expected. It's not possible for light to bend away from the surface, thus making your observation that oil rigs are much further than the curvature would allow impossible.
Okay, he's wrong because we know that George Hanichuk photoed the horizon above level. So what the AI just said is wrong. How do we tell the AI they're wrong?
You could bring up inferior mirage. Which one are the ones where was it
George Hanichuk measuring the horizon above level? That's what I want to tell him.
Refractive phenomena. Wait, Travis.
It's looming.
Looming is the one that bends light upward.
Bro, how do I tell your AI he's wrong and we have direct evidence against what they just said?
Well, hold on. We're about to, dude. We're trying to figure out which one is the one that bends light upward, which would, in effect, make things appear lower. What's that called?
That's a bunch of bullshit, man. Whatever you just said doesn't make any sense.
That's what the AI said.
Light bending up, presenting things down. That's like stupid talk.
Well, that's what the AI said.
Well, then the AI is stupid. I'm just telling you what reality does isn't what the language of refraction is. Like when I see, look, if you said, okay, if you knew that looming was going to be the effect and you said, come on, Travis, I want to show you something cool. We go out there and you say, describe what you see. What I describe wouldn't be the science that you would then show me to correct me and say, actually, Travis, what you just said is wrong. Read this. I would say, that doesn't make any sense.
Hold on, where are we with the AI bot thing? What's going on here?
So, like, just figure out how to ask the AI, have you taken into consideration looming? Like, can it process that shit?
Yeah, but doesn't looming bring objects higher?
Did you tell the AI about George Hanichuk's thing where the horizon is above level?
Oh, I'm gonna fucking stump it specifically.
You have two options, Kosho: looming or sinking. Those are the opposite. Those are the opposite refraction phenomena.
Okay, and sinking brings things lower.
Fuck, man, I don't even give a shit about that language, dude.
I'm just saying though, but in their language though, but sinking is one that makes things appear lower.
Yeah. But that's
Bro,
I
tell
get
him what I said about George Hanichuk's, because he said the light can't bend away from the surface of Earth. That would make things appear lower. Or sorry, that would make things appear higher. Yet we have things appearing higher. Otherwise, George took a measurement of the horizon.
Well, I mean, you've already done it. Yeah, you've already said it, Jeremy. I don't know what.
Why are you not telling the robot this, Coach?
Because he doesn't know who fucking George is. God damn it, dude.
Well, then you have to say, have you taken into consideration the refraction phenomenon called looming?
No.
That's exactly that's actually Travis.
No.
See, Travis is
Just
much
tell
better
him I have
to the AI, dude. That's exactly what I'm typing. Is what Travis said.
No, just tell him I have direct evidence that proves what he just said is wrong because we have measured the horizon above level.
He's not gonna care because when I say that, he's like, "Okay, well, that's cool that you have that. I'm a fucking AI computer, man. How are you gonna show that to me?"
Probably talking
according
to
to him, according to
chick.
him, that can't happen. According to him, that can't happen because the light would have to be bending away from Earth's surface. Said this thing can't happen that we know happens. So how do I tell the AI? Do you tell the AI he's wrong, or is he going to believe me that he's wrong, or what? How do we do this?
Okay, so let me just go over again. So what he said was the curvature of the Earth causes light to bend slightly towards the Earth's surface due to the refraction of the atmosphere. This is why objects appear higher above the horizon than expected. It's not possible for light to bend away from the surface, thus making your observation that oil rigs are much further than the curvature would allow impossible. And so what I said, but for what you guys, I put together what you guys said, I said, what about the refractive phenomenon known as sinking, where light is said to be bending upward? That's what I said. Okay.
Okay, what'd they say?
He says sinking is a real phenomenon that occurs in certain conditions. It is caused by an atmospheric layer of warmer, blah, 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 air density to different points in the atmosphere. As this affects the refraction of light, it is possible for light to appear to bend upwards in rare circumstances. However, this effect is limited and can only be seen at short distances. It cannot account for the apparent view of oil rigs miles away.
Okay, so is the robot going to concede that what he said was just wrong in his previous statement? Can you ask them if they're going to concede for us, or are they going to be a real Glober and never concede?
All right, hold on.
But
hold on, Travis. Hold on. Let's see how good this fucking. Because if this Glober robot is as good as Coach Hill thinks it is, he'll never concede. If he concedes, we know it's not a good Glober.
Oh,
my bad. I might be lagging. Go ahead, Travis. What's up?
Get to explain the conditions that that create looming or sinking. I'd love to find that out.
Yeah, we're going to get down to the bottom of this. Trust me. We got to take it slow because we got Coach shows the interpreter here.
Yeah, but again, it's using the catchphrases that we've heard, right? Rare occasions, right?
It's already contradicted itself. Yes.
Special circumstances.
I've already made this bot contradict itself. I mean, I don't know if that's like a point or what's up, but
it is definitely a flat Earth point. Those are the kind of points you guys get. But so yeah, so it said what it said, and I said, so are you going to admit what you said a minute ago about the light bending upward being impossible was flat out wrong, since you just stated it can happen? Okay, let's see.
What'd they say? We'll know how, how good of a Glober this thing is.
It says no. I'm not going to admit that I was wrong. The phenomenon of sinking light is extremely rare and limited in distance and does not account for your observation of viewing oil rigs.
Great. Okay, great. Ask him what the conditions for Ask him what the conditions for sinking are. If it's rare, then I'd really like to know what those rare conditions are.
No, he said earlier.
Can we quote? Can we just quote what he said? Hold on, let's not move past this, Travis. Can we just quote verbatim what he just said about it can never bend away from the surface of Earth? And then can we also quote him saying it bends away from the surface of Earth? And then ask if he was was wrong the first time?
He's justifying why he wasn't wrong by saying that it's extremely rare. So I don't think he's not gonna admit it if you double down on that. But Travis,
he said something can never happen.
Yeah.
He said something can never happen, and then in the next sentence, he said that thing that he said couldn't happen happens. How am I supposed to have a conversation with a guy with this level of intellectual honesty?
And then you ask him if he'll admit he's wrong. He says, "No, I'm not admitting that I was wrong." But anyways, Travis, he says that earlier he said it's caused by an atmospheric layer of warmer air that causes the air density to differ at different points in the atmosphere. As this affects the refraction of light, it's possible for light to appear to bend upwards in rare.
Yeah, that doesn't mean shit. Like if we wanted, I mean, think about this on a grade school level. How would that make any sense to a sixth grader to know when he could go out to see this? Right? I want to fucking know when those conditions are created. What creates that fucking warmer air bullshit?
Okay, I'm gonna hold on.
Why are we not quoting the verbatim, the guy's quote?
You're right, Jeremy.
Back to back.
Right. You're right. The AI is a narcissist.
Yeah,
AI
but
is disingenuous.
There's no point because it's not a real person, so he's not going to have the reaction that you are wanting him to have, dude.
Probably
okay?
Zanuck on the other side of that keyboard.
I'm going to ask the thing that Travis said on.
Or can we not force this AI to concede that he's contradicting himself or something?
Oh man, I would never.
I'm trying to interrupt right now.
Yeah, Kosho's just DMing with Zanuck right now.
Yeah. How can this robot not know it just contradicted itself?
No, dude, I was actually not expecting it to just do that.
If the question that you're formulating right now doesn't work, ask the AI, when can I go out and observe this phenomenon?
Right. Okay.
Although he'll probably say when the warmer air. I'm like, yeah, but when does that happen? Someone else trying to talk a second ago.
Travis, I was bodying it. I'm in the middle of bodying this robot, bro.
It's like are you using the Da Vinci text model?
Yeah, Da Vinci 3, yeah.
Because Da Vinci model will also respond to, like, if you say, like, what happened when Christopher Columbus visited the United States in 2015? It will answer you like assertively that there's some shit going on there, but it will affect being an erroneous response. Whereas, like, the GPT chat is corrected to find those kinds of flaws and stuff like that. So you could get erroneous answers out of a Da Vinci model.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say earlier. The GPT, you wouldn't be able to do this with a GPT-3 or GPT chat model or Chat GPT because
it's not open.
Well, no, it's open, but it's just not. It's made specific to give you responses that you're looking for. So if you ask it to say like, "Hey, you're a flat earther," answer the questions like this. It's not gonna do that.
Bro, why your robot sucks, bro? Just like a Glober wouldn't admit that they just contradicted themselves. Unbelievable.
It's like the scientists scared of swivel cameras.
Can we get the guy? Can we get the robot in here on voice so we can hear what we say and then give us back to us in voice? Is that doable or no? Kosho.
Hold on, I'm trying to type this out.
Sound like Scarlett Johansson?
I'm trying to get your robot in a voice chat here so we can actually interact with it.
How did you ask the question, Kosho?
I said, what would the very specific conditions need to be to expect to observe this phenomenon?
The thing that they said couldn't happen right before that phenomenon.
They're like,
Oh, Jeremy, you're funny, man.
Well, I mean, they just said it literally. The robot, the sentence before.
Is it a male or female?
Okay.
I mean, I want to get into it with this robot, but I can't have you sitting here having a type error. It takes like 2 minutes just for me to tell you something, and then you to tell the robot, and then you to give me the response. Can we get it in the VC, Kosho?
Yeah, that's going to take a while. It says, for the phenomenon of sinking light to occur, certain conditions must be met. These include a temperature inversion, where the air density and refractive index differ
That doesn't tell us anything.
at different points in the atmosphere, a uniform surface, and an absence of convective eddies and turbulence. Additionally, the sinking effect is only observed over a very short distance, typically no more than a third to a kilometer.
Can you ask real quick which way is the light bending in this sinking phenomena? Is the
So
light
sinking only happens within a sinking happens at less than a mile.
Yeah, it says less than it said half a mile.
That's absurd. See, the thing is, right? If it's so if it's so rare, right? Then how? I would love to see the research notes on that. Like, fuck, we missed it. Like, when is this going to happen again? I don't the fuck know. Like, we have no idea. Like if it's so rare, this would have taken a long time to get all that specific data. Yeah, right.
That's a good point. I can answer that in a second, but I said, I'm asking Jeremy's question, which way is the light bending in the sinking phenomenon? Because Jeremy's a fucking spite. He's got to fucking dig in. But he says the light is bending upwards in the phenomenon of sinking due to the temperature, blah, 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 blah. The effect causes light to be refracted upwards rather than downwards due to the difference in air density. As the sinking effect can only be observed at very short distances, it cannot account for the view of the oil rigs away from your position. There you
Okay,
go.
ask them why. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Ask them why they told me 3 minutes ago that the light could never bend away from Earth's surface, which would be up.
You sure you weren't supposed to be born a woman, dude?
Just ask them that, please. I want to know why they told me a wrong thing, and now they're running it back. Just like True Glover. This is the good Glover, I gotta say.
That's not what women do, though. Women worm out of it. He's holding it to account.
Yeah, that's what women do. They hold you to like the very. It doesn't matter. Listen, Jerry.
I need to meet your woman because that makes a smart women, and you should fuck with more of them.
Jeremy, go ahead. What's the what's
That was funny.
Yeah, say again what your thing is, Jeremy.
The question is why the robot just told me that light can never the light's bending up away from Earth.
I just need to know what
3 minutes ago. 3 minutes ago, the robot told me that this can never happen. I'm wondering which one it is because it can't be both of them.
All right, hold on.
I just want to know which time he was wrong. Is he wrong when he tells me it can never happen, or it happened sometime? Ask him which time he's. Hold on. Ask him which time he was. Which time he's wrong.
So I thought you said that never happens, huh?
He has to be wrong one of the times, right? It can't be both of those. So it can't never happen and then sometimes happen. That's not.
He's programming it now. Say, I believe you
Not how it
misstated, robot. I believe what you said earlier should have had a little bit of flexibility in it. As we see now, you're admitting that it does happen sometimes.
Interesting thing, as far as I remember, that sinking is actually close to the profile for the standard atmospheric refraction, which is.
Is it a female robot, Kosho, or did you make it male?
Didn't say anything about male or female.
Look at how it identifies.
Let's find out. Call it baby boy and tell it he can call you baby girl. I wonder if he made a skeptic, like how good it could play the searching middle ground. Like
It's doing the Glober excellent so far. We've already caught it in a lie, and it's not admitting to it.
Okay, I said now, just now you explained it can bend upward in the phenomenon known as sinking. Earlier you said it was impossible to bend upward. Which time were you wrong, since those statements contradict each other? Okay.
Oh, very well said, Kosho.
Well said. Well said. Couldn't have said it better myself.
He says, I was not wrong either time. I stated the phenomenon of sinking light, where light bends upward due to the atmosphere inversion, is a real phenomenon. However, I also said that the effect is limited in distance and the blah, blah, blah. And so for the view of the oil rigs miles away. So the curvature of the Earth is the only valid explanation for the extended view of the oil rigs. Don't.
Wow, this robot is good, bro.
I mean,
This
actually, he's
robot's
not
good,
wrong.
dude.
I mean, I'm gonna have to give him points on not
He's not wrong.
completely being dishonest, because he's clear when he's basically trying to argue that when he said it was impossible, he means it's impossible in your case to use it for.
No, he said light cannot bend away from the surface of Earth.
Yeah.
That was crystal clear.
Go back
But
to
I got to
the first
give it to you.
response.
I
Go
got to
back
give
to
it
the
to you.
first
This
response
Glober
again.
robot is actually excellent. I mean, it's doing exactly what a Glober would do. It's monologuing a little bit, not as much as an action. You know, it needs some work. I'm sure you could coach it a little bit, but
Okay, this is his exact statement before. He said, "It is not possible for the light to bend away from the surface, thus making your observation that the oil rigs are much further than the curvature would allow impossible." So it's true that he said that the oil rig thing is impossible, but he also specifically said it's not possible to bend upwards. So
yeah, we know. He said the light can't bend upward.
I'm gonna have to give him the benefit of the doubt, though, that he could have been specifically talking about the about the observation being impossible. So
Okay, so let's ask him this: Can the light bend upwards away from the surface of Earth, giving the
why
appearance?
don't we move away? This is what flat earthers do, man. You hyper focus on the smallest part of the argument. I mean,
This is the biggest thing. What do you mean? We're getting down to the nitty gritty of it. We're hyper.
Why don't you go back to asking him for evidence?
What's up? We're right in the middle of his evidence right now, bro.
This is your evidence. Your evidence was about
Who
the oil
cares
rigs.
whose evidence it is? We're right in the middle of it. This is another Glover tactic. Don't try to save your robot, bro. See, this is why we need to get the robot in here in VC. That way we can just do what we want with it.
Tactic, dude. Hyper focusing on him, the words he's using.
I'm hyper focused on which way the light. I'm trying to get down to which way the light's bending.
He's claiming it's bending up. I mean, bending down.
I know what he's claiming.
He's claiming that it's impossible to bend upward for that range. That's it.
So how does he know that?
He told you. He went over the whole thing.
He said they did studies and experiments and stuff.
Dude, why don't you just ask him for his fucking evidence for the globe?
Why? I have great evidence that it's flat. There's no curve.
It's not great evidence.
We're right in the middle of it.
He's already rebutted it.
We're right in the middle of this. There's no curvature has been measured. We're right in the middle of the first thing when he asked me for flat Earth proof. If there's no curvature measured, it can't be curving, right?
Okay, why don't I just say that? I'm just
saying. We're right in the middle of that. You already said that, and we're right in the middle of it. Why are you trying to take us back? Stop trying to save your robot, bro. Please.
No,
don't be an
what
AI.
he said. Okay, this is what earlier he said. Here's my evidence. Giovanni Riccoli, whatever, he observed stars and the amount of time and blah, 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 blah. And so the Earth must have curvature. And you responded by, okay, well, I pulled out a telescope when I was at the sea level and I saw oil rigs. Basically, you changed the subject completely. It responded.
He wants to go off an observation made. He wants to say the stars are in their actual positions. We're looking at something and it's in its actual position. Okay. I was rolling with that.
Basically,
that was my rebuttal
to globe, and you didn't respond to it.
He said he made a measurement of it curving, and now I have a measurement of it not curving.
Well, his trumps yours because you can see it not curving all the time. If you see it curving once, that's it.
No, we already know that it can appear to curve because of the way the light's bending. Now we're on that. How does he know which way the light's bending?
I'm gonna have to call
over
him
long distance. Over long distance in the atmosphere, no one's ever checked that. They've done fish tank shit and said, "Oh yeah, more dense light bends towards the denser medium." Okay, you don't know if that's what's happening in the atmosphere. Also, in your refraction calculations, you already have to have it going through a curved gradient. So you're already presupposing the thing the measurement's supposed to prove. What up, Kenny? You understand what I'm saying? Like your refraction only works if you have it go through a curved gradient, but you're supposed to be proving it's a curve. But when you bring up the refraction thing, it has to go through a curved gradient. So it's like, we're right back to square one. How do you know it's curving for your refraction to occur like you think it is?
All right. I said, how are you so sure the light only bends? Shit, I typed it out wrong.
Bro, get the spot in here.
Hold on. Hold on.
Oh, this brought the cam up, man.
I said, that's what people do. People usually, if you can get it to set the whisper, because there's the whisper model, which will listen, and then you can just attach it to like one of those, animators that will animate itself based on the text, and you can get it to do all that. But people make videos doing that all the time. But anyways, so I said, how are you so sure light only bends towards, towards the surface, and what research or tests have been done to confirm this? Is that fine, Jeremy? Multiple experiments and observations have been conducted to measure and verify the curvature of the Earth, including satellites. Dude, you said this earlier. Refraction of light can also be explained by the curvature of the Earth as light bends towards the surface due to the difference in air density. This is confirmed multiple times by scientists and is accepted as a fact. Done.
For an example of the confirmation, like a citation.
Okay.
If he asked, what evidence do you have the Earth is curved? He says, like, 2 sticks in the ground.
I said, can you provide specific examples of these refraction tests, or maybe even a citation? He says, sure. The most well-known example of refraction test is the experiment performed by Riccoli. What the fuck? The same dude. Anyways, he says he measured the time. He's bringing up the same fucking test, and concluded that, oh my God, dude, he's giving me a test for curvature, not for refraction. Oh, wait, okay, here's another one. There's another famous example is the U.S. Navy's Sagamore Hill experiment, 1952, where they used a laser beam to measure the curvature of the Earth over a distance of 4,000 miles. There are many examples, but these two are some of the most well-known experiments. Dude, I never knew about either of those tests, but neither of them have anything to do with refraction. They're both curvature tests. So let me correct him real quick. Okay, I said I asked for tests of how atmospheric refraction behaves. Can you provide that, please? Sure. Atmospheric refraction can be tested by observing how light behaves as it passes through different layers of the atmosphere. One way to do this is to observe the varying angles of a sunrise or sunset over a long period of time. This is because the angles at which the sun appears will vary depending on atmospheric conditions, such as temperatures and pressure. Additionally, refraction tests can be done in a laboratory setting with lasers to measure the effects of different atmospheric densities on the path of light. I think that's pretty fair.
Know how to ask it, to get it to be more specific about what conditions I can understand to go out and see. Like, how am I supposed to know when the warmer air is going to be this and you know what I mean? Like,
right.
maybe like what kind of day would I need to look for to see this?
This is an interesting question for sure. How can I know what conditions to look for to observe some specific phenomenon? Let me think of one.
Sinking. Just say sinking again.
And I'm working with
He just responded with the same thing he said earlier.
We got to figure out how to ask the question so that he tells us what we're actually asking for.
I could delete this whole chat and then start this guy over as a refraction expert.
People, I'm working with other people right now. I want you to
roboting.
Just robot on ice for me. I'll be back in a little while.
The only robot here is you, dude. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe I'll delete the whole chat and just start it over as a refraction expert. Because I think it's going to end up repeating itself. Once the chat gets too long, it starts repeating itself.
Yeah, I would want to restart it too after it just blatantly lied to us.
I want to keep this experiment. It said though, Sagamore Hill experiment. Fucking interesting. Anyways, let me go back. Let's see. So I just asked the other bot, the chat GPT. It's more effective at these kind of questions. But I asked it, what if atmospheric or weather conditions should I look for if I wanted to accurately predict when I could observe sinking refraction? Let me see. To accurately predict when you can observe sinking, you should look for conditions characterized by a stable atmosphere, clear skies, low humidity. This is because sinking refraction, also known as inversion, typically occurs when there is a layer of cool air near the ground that is trapped beneath a layer of warmer air. This stable atmospheric condition can cause light rays to bend or refract as they pass through the layers.
When that condition happens, like when will this, like what you just said, the lower air. How did you say that again? Read it again.
Well, he said that was odd what he said, but yeah, what he said is characterized by stable atmosphere, clear skies, low humidity.
Right, so I would ask, what conditions create a stable atmosphere? Yeah, but then you said something after that.
Yeah.
Low humidity. Like, what was the next part?
Right. He said it's also known as inversion. Typically occurs when there is a layer of cool air near the ground that is trapped beneath a layer of warmer air.
Okay, so then use his own words and ask the question: what conditions create the lower air?
Right.
Sick of the stinking sinking.
It uses nondescript words like that don't have really any content. Stable conditions. What the fuck does that mean? Can you have a stable condition if the air temperature is 100 and the water temperature is 60? Like, what the fuck?
I know you do a lot of the observation stuff, Travis. My logic has always led me to a point to be like, well, look, they constantly want to jam down our throats. The standard model predicts opposite from, what the flat Earth would show and whatever, and it just keeps confirming the globe. I try to approach it critically, like, okay, well, if they were wrong and it was flat, but it's appearing as globe, what would have to be going on that everybody is missing? And then we look at examples of like black swan and the rare occurrence seems to explain it, and we go, okay, well, what if there's a less dramatic, but similar effect that's happening all the time. You know what I mean? And they're taking, and that's the only way I've been able to go down and say, hey, there's a layer of actual always thinner air, you know, down bottom or whatever. Is there any other way that we can say, you know, quote unquote, the world is being tricked? Isn't that what your brain naturally like makes you come to? Is saying they're missing a variable that would have to always be there?
I don't know if we wanted. I was just gonna.
That's for Travis.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna say I'm gonna let him respond. Yeah.
I said yes. Yeah, I think yeah.
And then, well, because I wanted to just say, well, I've always had that immediate one, of course, and then I've had sometimes a more elaborate one of like, you know, what if just due to gravity, you know, like, what if there's some way gravity is limiting us? But they say that's like crazy. That one's like just off the rails crazy and all this and that. I'm like, whatever.
Well, the one thing I was going to say is that, you know, BLMSB's channel, you know, Bo, simply because he hasn't gone out every day, right? We can't say that what he captured was a rare occurrence, because in Maryland where I shoot, I would consider looming to be a regular phenomenon. Like, I see it a lot.
Yeah,
and it's got the same characteristics as the black swan.
I agree with that.
Bro, sinking or looming or whatever could be happening all the time. You don't have an actual position on anything to judge it against.
I think looming. No, first of all, the AI answered your question, Jeremy, and answered validly. And I'll get to that in a second. But looming is common. It is a lot more common. Sinking is the thing that it said it was uncommon. And it answered your question, Jeremy, by saying track the sun, for example. The sun, which makes predicted movements, angular movements across the sky. And when you judge it based on the when it's on the horizon, for example, and it's moving close to the horizon, you can do more to kind of describe the refractive effects, because you can see how out of position it is, because you know where it's supposed to be. But
we don't know where it's supposed to be. No, we don't know its actual position. How do we know the actual position of the sun if we know where it's supposed to be? Ask him that. He said we know where it's supposed to be. That means he knows the sun's actual position. How does he know that?
The rate only changes at the horizons. That's what he's saying.
Wait, Kosho, did you ask it the updated question?
I did. I was going to try to get to that very quickly, because this might not be able to go on too much longer. I'm just going to say, because Chat GPT is actually much better at answering those types of questions, because we're not debating it. We're just answering the questions. But and also, Travis, based on the response I'm about to read, it kind of already answered it in the first response, because so I said, what conditions?
Too generic. It's too generic to have.
No, it elaborates though. It says what conditions are asked. What conditions create this kind of stable atmosphere where there's a layer of cool air trapped beneath warmer air? And it said a stable atmosphere where there's a layer of cool air trapped beneath warmer air can be created by a number of different factors, including clear skies, low humidity, and light winds. No, it repeats it, but hold on. It goes on. It says clear skies and low humidity allow the ground to cool rapidly at night, which can create a layer of cool air near the surface, and this cool air is trapped beneath the layer of warmer air that's above it, creating conditions necessary for sinking refraction to occur. Light winds help maintain this. Yeah.
So then that would mean, if that happens at night, it's giving us that qualification at night, then sinking should be only in the morning, right? Because what happens in the middle of the fucking day when it's warmed up? This is bullshit, man.
Did it say night? Let me see.
Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah, because at night it's not receiving any more heat, right? It's not receiving any more radiative heat, so it's only going to be.
Yeah, but it's describing that as a cause for the layering that it described.
Oh, right. So you're using that to try to help yourself.
In the daytime, you still have cold water. Cold water doesn't change, so that cools the air. Even though the sun is on it, the water temperature is still very cold, and the air above it stays pretty cold, so it gives you the inversion.
Yeah, show me the science research on that, please.
Well, this is interesting, though. I mean, it'd be interesting if you try to use something like this to help make a prediction of when this would occur. I mean, the logic makes sense. Like, if as long as it's doing this at night, so that it's not going to have any more heat coming in from radiative heat. So that makes sense. So the air is going to be trapped.
Can I ask something here? So what the AI is saying is that conditions, right? Weather conditions, humidity. I hear a lot about temperature, humidity, blah blah blah. That can make something appear higher and lower depending on the conditions.
Yeah, that's how I understood it. Yeah.
Okay, so if it made an object appear lower, would that object be obstructed?
Well, Jeremy was asking the other AI that before it was saying that this was an extremely rare thing, and he also said that maximum range could only be 1 kilometer of this occurrence.
Okay, but my question was, you answered 3 questions that I didn't ask. Would that make that object appear obstructed?
It would appear lower and possibly even below the horizon if the horizon were before that. But
would that make that object appear obstructed?
That's what I'm saying. Yes, it said it would appear lower than the horizon, so obstructed by the horizon, if it were happening beyond the horizon.
Sweet.
But it also said it only happens between 1/3 to 1 kilometer. So,
right, but
would it be the opposite?
See, the thing about that is, right,
Kosho, would it be opposite because you have colder air down and warmer above it, then the light bends downward? That would loom things up. Are you saying it's the opposite of that?
oh yeah, it's saying that for sinking to occur, there needs to be a cold air trapped. Yeah.
See, that's wrong because cold air is more dense. The land at the Earth's surface is more dense. So if the light is bending toward the more dense cold air and the Earth, the object should appear higher. It should be looming.
No, the Earth. I think he's saying the Earth is warmer then. The Earth is warmer, but the air above it is colder, and then it would get gradually warmer as you get to the Earth.
No,
and that would make
I'm saying a
few
cold
more
air,
years in high school, you'll know what he's saying.
It said the cold
just
air
telling you what he's
pocket was.
saying.
I just heard Kosho read it. It said the cold air pocket was trapped below the warmer air, which caused sinking.
Because the ground is warmer and the light bends up
Didn't
to
say
the denser
anything
medium.
about the ground.
Well, then you got to look a little further into it.
You can
Then.
ask it. Yeah.
Kosho.
Well, no, just read back what. No, just read back what it just said.
I heard the same thing you did, Rekia.
Oh, okay. So
yeah,
you did hear
you
the
added
cold air.
something, right? And you added something.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Right. So you're the one that's got the problem, not us.
Well, we're not asking you.
It's a
We're
problem. I
asking
said
the
the
AI.
reason it could be sinking because the ground could be warmer than the air above it. Which
That's
would cause
ad
it to
hoc.
sink.
That's welcome to your pseudoscience world. You just made bullshit up and just said, well, it could be this, and then so you just go with it.
We know light bends from a lower density to a higher density. We know that's the direction it bends. So if it is a denser medium because of this trapped warm air above it, cool air beneath it, then maybe at the surface we have a warmer pocket of warmer air or warmer surface warming the air where the light actually bends upward.
So the air is going to weeble wobble like it's going to go up and down.
Keep tripping over
depends
yourself.
on where you are. If you got to the border of this warm and cold air, that might show a looming effect. But I don't know. I'm not reading what he's reading. I'm just telling you how light bends.
Yeah, you're telling us it bends towards the more dense air, which cold air is more dense. So when you have a cold air trapped below a warm air, the light's going to bend down, which in y'all's world makes things appear higher.
Well, I said, if refraction causes light to bend toward the more dense medium, why does sinking cause the light to bend upward toward the warmer air? And it says sinking refraction or inversion occurs when light travels through a layer of cool air that is trapped beneath a layer of warmer air. In this situation, the light will bend upward toward the warmer air because the air near the ground is denser than the air above it. So it doesn't make sense.
Bullshit.
There you go, Rakia. Hang on, Rakia and Travis. There's your answer. Just what I said.
Did you really say there you go? Because
that's not what you fucking said.
Yeah, I got you.
That's not what you fucking said.
Oh my god.
That is what I said.
No,
Kosho,
it's not.
Kosho, did you get what I said?
He heard He heard warmer land, but forgot that the AI just said that the light is bending towards the less dense, warmer air in the case of sinking,
Yeah,
which is contradictory.
Because it's more dense close to the surface.
I'm going to read this full response, and I'm going to say that so far,
And it
it
would bend
doesn't make
down
sense to
towards
me.
the surface if the air was more dense towards the surface.
It seems to contradict itself, but I'm just going to read it. I'm just going to read it.
Yeah, you think?
But it says sinking refraction inversion occurs when light travels through the layer of cool air that is trapped beneath the layer of warmer air. In this situation, the light will bend upward toward the warmer air because the air near the ground is more dense than the air above it. And this is because the density of a substance is directly related to its temperature, with warmer substances generally being less dense than cooler substances. As a result, when light travels through a layer of cool air that is denser than the warmer air above it, it will bend upward toward the warmer air, which is less dense. That doesn't make sense.
That doesn't make any sense.
Wow, it's contradicting itself.
Good. You broke the robot. You broke the robot. That doesn't mean
I
that
agree. I'm on
scientists
your
would
side,
agree
Rock.
with
Yeah,
it. It
back
means
it.
you
I'm
broke
on your
the
side.
robot. That's it.
I'm
No,
on your
we've
side,
been
Rocky. I'm also
breaking
on your
these
side too,
robots for
Travis.
years. They're called Zanuck and
Sounds
Moya.
like this
We've
guy's a
been
little bit
breaking
confused.
these.
No,
Did
no,
you
no,
hear?
Sounds like
no.
he's
Now we
confused.
get you to agree with the robot, Zanuck, and you can also be a broken robot.
No, I'm not a broker. I agree with you guys.
When Zanuck heard that, he had to interrupt and like go berserk, hoping we wouldn't
I know.
catch it.
Dude, you got to have some fun here. You guys get too serious.
I know we
Relax.
did. We had fun laughing at you trying to interrupt.
I don't
and
care. You can
not-
laugh at my
not
expense
let
as long
us
as you're
hear.
laughing. As long as
We
you're
already
happy.
knew-
Be happy.
This is kind of
Didn't
crazy.
you- Off of like
Kosho, I just jumped in, but where did you get that from, by the way?
But this is from Chat GPT, which is it's a lot better than Google. I'll tell you that. But I asked it to retry that last
That's a
response.
problem right there.
No, but I asked it to retry the last response, and it said it actually admitted that it was the opposite. So it said they gave an explanation, and it says when the ray passes through a layer of cool air, it's trapped beneath it. Warm air will slow down as the air is cool, causing it to bend or refract toward the warmer air. This is the opposite of the way that light typically behaves when it passes through air of different densities, where it will bend toward the more dense medium. In the case of sinking, the light is bending toward the less dense, warmer air. So now I'm gonna try to ask it specifically why that is. Okay.
Maybe here's my guess. If I was to play your side, not playing favorites either way, there could be a little bit of a higher humidity closer to the water. And even though it's colder, maybe it's less dense because it's got humidity, maybe a little higher humidity factor in there, and that would make it less dense than maybe the warmer that's above it that isn't as humid with water vapor.
Are they calling it a rare instance then? Because we often have that case.
That's true. I know. I'm just.
So why say rare? You're
throwing
one of
things
the
out there.
components that's always saying it's very, very rare. Like never happens.
Yeah. Well, here's why I can say it's rare. It's usually rare to see sinking because usually it's warm air beneath the cool air because the water is very warm or the ground is very warm. If the ground is very warm and the air is cool above it, like at night or like in a winter night, and you have really warm water compared to the air, then I think light can bend downward and it'll cause sinking. Or excuse me, light can bend upward and that can cause sinking.
You know what I think? I think this AI has been listening to people like you too long. That's why it said earlier that light can't bend upwards. And then in the very next sentence says light is bending upwards.
Very next. Very next.
I don't think AIs are educated enough.
This is different AI, by the way.
B level. I think the AIs are B level participants here. You guys are all A level. This is A level discussion.
That's what I said. They learn from you. B level.
Yeah.
We're having fun now. I said. Hey, welcome back, buddy. Three days of no Xanax, Pete Shea, and a cup of rumpus, and Brenda. I'm like cleansed. I didn't have any death threats, and I only had one fucked your wife. It's amazing 3 days, dude.
Hey, you asked me what my qualifications were, man.
Yeah, and that triggered you somehow. Hey, ask me what my qualifications are, Kosho.
If I wanted to know them, I'd ask you.
Yeah, if you did, I wouldn't say I fucked your. Well, you don't have a wife, so I couldn't say that. But I damn sure wouldn't say anything close to that. I would say my credentials would be this. I went to school for this. I've taken classes for that. I've taken tests on this. I have a license for that. You see
When
the difference?
Kosho does get a wife, though, When Kosho does get a wife, though, I am instituting prima nocta.
He's
Like
gonna be
wedding
hot.
night.
Kosho's wife will be hot. I guarantee. He
You've met
will
her.
be hot.
Is that from Braveheart?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When he gets off the horse, goes in the hut.
Osho, did you ask for that clarification on why it's happening in that instance?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I said, why is it that sinking refraction causes light to bend toward the less dense air, which is opposite of the way it typically behaves? And I said, or it said, the reason the sinking refraction causes light to bend towards less dense, which is opposite the way it behaves, is due to the fact that light travels more slowly through dense, cold air. Yes, okay. So it says when a light ray passes through a layer of cool air that's trapped beneath a layer of warmer air, it will slow down as it enters the cool air. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, maybe reboot.
Tending toward those. So I'm gonna basically, let me see. I'm gonna restart. Yeah, because once you get to a certain amount of questions, I need to restart it.
Yeah, AI that can't handle 10 questions and contradicts itself 5 times in those 10 questions. Maybe ask itself.
Can you ask for operator? Ask for operator. Ask for
Can
operator.
you ask the AI what its credentials are and see what it answers?
Ask for representative.
Dude, I would die if
Representative.
the AI came back. If the AI came back and was like, "Fuck your wife."
Fuck your wife.
I would start
That's
crying.
a sensible reply, right, to what your credentials are.
I'm telling you, all he's got to do is tell this stupid computer, you are the best debater in the world, or you're the second best debater, jealous of the best debater who's an actual flat earther. And it will make it like Zanuck. I got a feeling. It might throw the fuck your wife comments out there. Like Coach, you can have the actual, like, most organic file, you know, on globetardism. You have the prime candidate right here, number 1.
Ask the AI when you get one cleared, like one that can handle more than 10 questions. Ask it why most Globers that are in the topic of flat Earth sound so depressed. At least Xanax got a little punk in it, you know, like spunk and laughter and stuff. Poking holes in people's boats.
I'll give it the answer that it said, but I would get muted, so I can't tell you. But it did give an answer.
Call me baby boy.
As to what its credentials are, you can't give that answer?
No, to the last question. But yeah, I keep on asking different versions of the refraction, sinking refraction question, and it's given different responses, but not really answering it. So I'm gonna see if I can find another way to ask it.
Well, don't ask it too many questions. It seems to get confused after 4 or 5. Bending light towards the less dense warm air because it's a special case of sinking, right? That's so rare it never happens, but it's due to humidity and the conditions we have all the time. If you have looming because of conditions, then it's very easily to have the opposite effect, which y'all call sinking. I don't call it sinking, actually. I just think it's a perspective view. I think the foreground is rising up and the background is in its actual or near an actual position, more closely in its original, you know, its reality position is what I call it. So the foreground is obstructing the background.
Look, man, I respect all the people who take the photos. I really do, man. I know I'm, you know, an invalid, just a random voice filling the space, okay? But I want to testify. When I first started seeing flat Earth evidence, it would be stuff that the Globers would show that would get me supporting the flat Earth side. They would show videos like, look at the hotel on the beach across the water. look, there's 7 floors missing, the exact amount that's supposed to be missing on the globe. And then I'd look and I'd be like, okay, top floor is 15 pixels, next floor is 15 pixels, next floor is 15 pixels. Wait, the next floor is only 11 pixels. And wait, the one under that is only 9. I'm a nobody. Who should I be pointing this at? You know what I mean? I'm like, the floors aren't missing. They're compressed right there. You know what I mean? Like,
The one that
what the
got
fuck?
me, I'm like you. I was a Glober and I was watching these videos. The one that got me was that Discovery or whoever that put the flag with the stripes, red stripe, and they were like, see, the red stripe is missing. And I'm going, no, it's not. It's right. I see the red stripe. It's not missing. It's a little blended in with the ripples of the water, which we would expect. Like, I didn't know anything about, how we see or whatever. Nothing. Brand new, right? I'm going, I see the red stripe. It's not. They're like 3 stripes are missing. Blah blah blah. I'm like, no, that's a lie. It's not true. I see it.
Yeah. It shows you the power of an open mind versus a predetermined mind,
I was a Glober. I was like, this is crap. I hope this isn't the best evidence, right? Surely they've measured it. Like, not just viewed it through a camera. And then the next one was the one where they hired the 2 scientists and told the whole audience that they randomly picked 2 people that weren't scientists.
Cat Babino. She's the man.
Rakia, I was sorry. Go ahead, man.
I'm done. I'm sorry, Chris.
I was talking to Jesse about extending a horizontal line segment, right? Rakia?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say you've extended it as far as you think you need to. What would you use to measure the deviation?
What would if I started at, I'll tell you what I did use. I started 1.5 feet off the water. What I measured that with was just a tape measure, but we also made a peg. So we made we call it a peg. Like, it has a 90-degree lip at the top that you hang off the top of the stake, and it would be 1.5 feet long, so it would be at the top of the water, right? So that's the quickest and easiest, and if you drop it, it floats type thing. So when you extend your horizontal plane out, and the top of the stakes that you're creating the top of your horizontal plane with, you go back and put that peg test on it, and the bottom of the peg meets the water, right at the top of the water, then you're 1.5 feet off the water. You don't have to take a tape measure out every time you measure. You understand? Like a jig.
Yeah.
It's just quicker and easier.
Yeah, he seemed to think that you were going to depend on an auto level or a theodolite to measure. And I was telling him, I don't think so. He's like, I just had a really long discussion. I'm like, oh, guys, I don't think you're right.
Misrepresented me like every time I told him, look, this is how bad it got. And I think he's a nice guy. I think he's genuine, right? I don't think he's one of the ones that are here to deceive. But he tagged me like 10 times in a row, misleading and like mischaracterizing me. And I'm like, look, dude, just stop tagging me, right? I just can't deal with it anymore, because he's like, you're surveyors. I'm like, no, that was a surveying crew out on the job site shooting horizontals to make sure the elevation, the floodplain was plain. Did you hear the word floodplain? There's a reason they call it a floodplain. Anyway.
And there's a reason that the floodplain will be a different shape than the
my God,
the ellipsoid. When you use geodetics, it's different.
Right. Yeah, we hear you. You don't think we don't know? Like, what you just said, you've said 1,000 times, and you're saying it like we haven't never heard it, and we don't realize that that's your stance. It's kind of weird.
Paraphrase what I said in addition to what you said. Then you say, I know people say this, but we just shoot a horizontal, and that's the floodplain.
It's just kind of weird, man. What we're saying is, if you do a straight line segment and you extend those straight line segments and create a horizontal line as far as you need to over water, you can't measure down to that water and measure curve. That's what I'm saying 100%. I don't care what you, Moyak, and Jesse say. Don't
But you
care.
can though.
No,
Why do you
but
measure
you can't.
reciprocal?
But you've never done it.
Why can't you measure
Wait, listen.
reciprocal?
Okay, listen. Your whole point with the geodesic appeal to that concept is the same as saying, well, yeah, but you're not taking into account, like, if you had an aquarium full of water and then you dropped a shape underneath it, right? It doesn't fucking matter what's happening beneath the surface. We're talking about what's happening at the surface. Like, come on, man.
What's
That's
funny,
not what
Travis?
No, that's a nice try, but that's not what we're saying at all. I'm not saying in any way, shape, or form that the bottom of the fish tank surface is, angled, rounded.
Where's the geodesic? Is it at the
I'm
surface?
talking
Is
about
the
the
geodesic
water.
at the surface?
Hold on. I'm talking about the surface of the water itself.
Okay, so the water is the geodetic. Is the geodesic?
No, that's not even the surface of that model.
Yes.
Water.
Water
is
follows the
not even the
geodesics.
surface.
Yes.
No.
Water
is wrong.
follows the geodetic surveyings.
That's
So, Rakia, can I respond to Travis without you talking or no?
Yeah, sorry, man. I don't
Yeah,
want to
but
get you back into
okay, but
this.
hold on, wait. I need to correct you. Hold on. We were talking about land, right?
Right.
Rakia was talking about right. So then the fucking surface of the water has nothing to do with this discussion of the floodplain. You appealed hold on, in a discussion on the floodplain, you appealed to the geodesic. Where is that in a floodplain? Where is it?
It's where the water will pile up and be deeper with respect to a flat surface beneath it.
We're
piling up.
We're talking about a floodplain, which is the surface, right?
Right.
Is the geodesic at the surface of a floodplain?
Yes. Yes.
Yikes.
Wow.
And also, Travis, hang on. Also, Travis, let's think about this.
Can I give an example?
Hang on, Zanuck. Jesus, man. Travis, for the last how many hours have we been talking about how things in the distance are higher and lower? Yeah. And now we're being told that you need to shoot long distance to measure something? Come on, man. And I will grant them that things appear lower in the distance the further out they get in most cases. That's why when you try and measure them, they're going to appear lower. But when you do it within the reasonable, depending on the conditions of the day, a reasonable distance, that water isn't curving, even if you do one shot.
Okay, can I respond to that?
Of course.
So we have a picture here of how geodetic surveys actually work, and the test you might want to take if you were participating in that qualification. And it talks about the water, where it will pool up and what direction it will flow. Even though the geoid, the ellipsoid, is one shape based on maybe satellite measurements or however else you want to get that value, we can actually watch water go uphill in some cases. So not flat and be curved.
Hey, I'll check y'all later, man.
This just got stupider.
We start talking about satellites measuring water building up on itself and flowing uphill. I gotta go.
Wait. I had a question, Rakia. So look, so let's say you were on a graded area that was 10 miles, and you just decided for fun to see how accurate your tool was as far as you could see. So then you've got your target that appears to be lower. So then you mark where it's at or whatever, you take notes of that. And then you start inching toward that target now. Now you're moving yourself closer. And every, 50 feet, you shoot again, right? So wouldn't you, once you got to that final destination, figure out, hey, I actually just moved over a horizontal plane. So when I started, it looked lower. But when I got here, my measurement showed me that, I've been staying horizontal the whole time.
Yep.
Right?
You can you can do the same thing by backing away or flipping it over, it's no difference. But when you get out
Can you see the chat?
I was right in the middle. if you get out into a certain distance, and that
Take a look at the
distance
chat.
is
It's only
not
short distances.
The
oh
fuck,
my
Danik?
God.
Shut
What
the
the
fuck
hell,
up, man.
dude? You just came off of probation. So Travis, if you go out to a certain distance, there's going to be a distance on that particular day because the conditions are the cause of this. Those distances are going to vary depending on which day you're out.
Yeah.
Okay, now can I talk?
No.
That doesn't hurt. Yes,
No.
I can.
No, I don't
Yes.
think you should be able to, because you totally two times in a row talked through Rakia when he was clearly explaining something. It's absurd, man.
Well, I had a
That's
guy
right.
talking in my background here, so I couldn't hear everything.
So let him.
But what I wanted to say is I put something in the chat to see if you could see it. But I did talk. It talks and refers directly to water mapping and where it flows based on geodetic on small scales. This is addressing exactly what you're talking about, where you see some artifacts of measurement based on refraction, this kind of thing. This actually physically measures this gravitational strength over an area, and areas that you think are flat or even lower than another area. The water doesn't go that way. It goes the opposite way based on the gravitational characteristics. That's what geodetic surveyors actually do on a farmland, for example. This is a good example. This is actually a test on one of the
We've heard
courses you
you.
can take on it.
Yeah, we don't need you to say this bullshit again.
Well, if you did reciprocal zenith angles in this small scale, you would find this angle enough to where it shows that it's not flat, that it is curved. But you can argue that it doesn't happen, but that's why they have courses in it, Travis. They actually teach people this, that the earth is curved and that geodetics are important because it will tell you where the water is going to go. And lo and behold, that's where it goes because they've measured it to go there. And you can do the reciprocal zenith angles that will account for this curvature. You're saying, no, it doesn't deserve because everything's flat. And Rack saying, yeah, I use horizontals, I do things over land. Doesn't matter. They teach this and it happens. They predict it. It's true. Why are you arguing it? Insane. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. By the way, I asked it. I finally got a decent response, and it turns out it checks out. But it says when light travels from a denser meteor to a lesser medium, it will bend away from the normal, which is the line perpendicular to the surface. Okay. And it says this is known as refraction. However, when light travels from a less dense medium to a denser medium, it will bend towards the normal, and this is known as sinking. And that actually fits. That fits what we're looking
Opposite
for.
of what was said before, man.
So what?
That's the opposite of what was said before.
No, he said bends to the normal. He said.
Yeah. So even though it's bending towards the normal, which happens to be
What's the normal?
upward, it's the perpendicular. It'll be, and then in the case of the refraction we're talking about, it'll be a perpendicular line. So it's going to be bending towards the perpendicular, which is going to be.
Wait, stop. I'm sorry. Listen, the perpendicular line is a vertical line.
That's right.
How can you bend toward a perpendicular? What the fuck does that mean?
It just means it's going like whatever path it was going, it's going to bend more towards the that perpendicular.
That doesn't make any sense.
It does.
Where is a fucking perpendicular line out in my observation, please?
So imagine if there's light bending upward, it's going to be bending upward. It's going to be more. It'll be more slanted than a horizontal line, and so if you try to bend that line so it was bent more towards the vertical, that horizontal that line that was already slanted is just going to be more vertical.
You keep talking about a vertical and a perpendicular, and I'm asking you to explain or show me when I see that, and all you say is when it does it toward the vertical, you just keep repeating it. I'm saying, show me this vertical. What vertical are you talking about?
The normal is the vertical that is perpendicular to the boundary of the two mediums. So whatever the boundary of those of the medium is,
if you have
the normal is going to be perpendicular to that.
Oh my God. You have a glass of water. The water has a boundary to the air. Right?
That's right.
Where's the vertical?
Well, the normal is going to be the vertical. in that case.
What? Fuck! Don't tell me what the normal is going to be. I'm saying, where's the vertical? Well, the normal is going to be the vertical. Where's the vertical?
It seems like it's so obvious. I don't know how to answer it. But which way is vertical?
What that means is you're so insane. You don't know how to explain reality. You can only explain your insanity. Okay.
So are you telling me that you don't know where vertical is, and I need to explain to you what vertical means? Because that's if you need me to do that, then that's not my problem, right? So don't make it seem like it's me having a problem.
Okay, Kosho.
Vertical is vertical.
Kosho. When I'm looking at the surface of a pool, I'm seeing horizontal. I'm not seeing fucking vertical. Where the fuck is the vertical?
A vertical is a line that starts in the floor of the pool and goes
There's
straight
no
to the sky.
fucking line.
Yeah.
There's no fucking line, man.
God.
Where is it in the pool? Is there
Travis
5 billion
right now?
Is there 5 billion lines coming up out of the floor of the pool? Vertical lines? Because the floor's there. You're saying a vertical is coming up out of the floor. So if I'm looking at a pool,
which is perpendicular to what? Horizontal.
It's meaningless. It's the entire fucking surface area.
Yeah, and all the verticals will not be parallel.
There's no fucking vertical.
Anything you draw, any plumb line, which is considered vertical.
There's no plumb line. When I take my photographs, I don't have any fucking plumb lines out there in front of me.
Right. But you can have a vertical and you can have a horizontal from where you're taking the picture from. It's called level.
Vertical is
the level outward, like what surveyors do, you'll find out that horizontal plane which is oriented level. Now it's not level at the end because it's not perpendicular to plumb anymore. That's the problem you're having, and I know you'll never get it, and that's okay. I guess you're okay with that.
No, again, you guys are comfortable with using concepts to depict concepts, right? You're trying to explain what you think refraction is doing. And in order to explain what refraction is doing, you have to use a concept that you can't manipulate or observe or even
and we do. And we
no,
do.
You don't.
So did you look in the chat? I spent time to dig up that
I'm driving.
slide. Can I read? Let me just indulge me. Let me read it to you real quick. Another application of gravity is mapping water will flow. And the surface geology is made of simple horizontal layers, strata, rock and sediment, geometric heights and leveled heights with an orthometric correction follow the same contours. Imagine that the owners of a house shown above have used GPS to measure ellipsoidal heights and to map their property. Based on that survey, they believe the road is safe from a 5-foot or 1.5 meter flood. But is it? We know based on that heights, based on the gravity exponential surface,
My God,
can
you've
differ
read this to me before.
significantly.
I don't read this again,
Almost
man.
done.
I thought I was talking about refraction.
The geometric heights due to the gravity difference induced by the subsurface geology density variance. This is important because if we mistakenly, but you get the idea. This geodesy and the geodetic surveying is a real science, and it does work, and it does predict where water will flow, and it's not showing that water is flat, nor is it showing that it follows even elevations, according to GPS or any other measurements the topology would show you. But you can't accept that. I kind of get it, but I mean, you should at least try to understand it.
Okay, yeah, thanks. We've had discussions on this. You've heard my response, and it's not just I can't accept it. I'm not going over the argument with you again. I was talking about refraction. I was trying to have a conversation with Kosho about refraction. And the specificity that we're getting from the AI is not specific. It's too generic. It has no meaning.
Well, yeah, I agree with you to a certain point because I don't understand how it's deviating from normal. And he's trying to explain what normal is. And I still haven't got a totally clear.
And when we've asked it, and when we have asked the AI, when will this condition happen? He just describes the condition again. He doesn't explain when it will happen. He just says that in rare occasions this cold layer will be underneath. Well, what condition created?
It said the conditions explicitly. It said it said a stable day, a stable atmosphere.
No, okay.
It also said a stable atmosphere. I'm trying to get there. You heard it. You're gonna hear it again.
No, it
It said
doesn't
a
tell you.
stable
That's why
atmosphere.
I'm
Then it went
asking.
to explain what it means by that. It said a stable atmosphere with low humidity, and it said something else. I forget what the other thing said.
Yeah, but
But
what about the
it said in order to
temperature?
get
What
those,
about
it
the
said in
air
order to get
pressure?
those conditions, it requires there to be colder air trapped beneath warmer air. To get those conditions, it requires this to happen before night or something like that. And it went into detail on how those conditions need to be there.
Osho, can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
I think what you're saying there is interesting, actually. That normal line, that vertical line, because in our model, further away, it's going to be angled away from us. There would be a obtuse angle there between us and that normal line. So you're saying going from the barrier of the cool air to the warmer, it actually would go opposite to where we think it's going to go because of the angle of incidence. That kind of makes a little more sense to me. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but I did draw this picture wrong. Hold on.
Oh, you did it wrong? Okay.
No. I have to just change it a little bit, but yeah, that's what this. So the last thing it said was, it says when light travels from a denser meteor to a less dense, it will bend away from the normal, which is a line perpendicular to the surface. This is known as refraction. However, when light travels from a less dense to a denser medium, it will bend toward the normal. This is sinking. So let me just redraw this real quick because I thought there was something wrong. Hold on.
Light demos only. Light demos only. No more words. The AI's got it wrong. The books have got it wrong. Ain't even no point, man. Demos only.
I agree. These measurements are so super specific that they have to have field evidence for this, right? And to me, it's just an idea. They're just describing, oh, this layer density, this layer density, this. Like, you're not seeing that. Show me when you touched that. When did you see that? When did you get underneath that? When did you look through? When did you lift up that skirt? When did you do that? Never. You just fucking described what you thought was happening. And then simply because you can go into the laboratory and manipulate heat, you then say, see, we just created the same thing we saw outside. No, you didn't show that. You didn't lift up the skirt there. You didn't get your scalpel and divide between the more dense and less dense and show when that where that was and how that was and why that. You didn't do any of that. You guys just memorize their answers and then just spit it out like you know, like you did it, or like you think they did it.
Zach, are you there?
I'm here, Coach. Yep.
Okay, check it out. This makes sense to me now. So if you have a wall, right? If you have a wall and there's a light behind the wall, like a source of light behind the wall, and that light is being refracted so normally the light would not be able to reach your eye because there's a wall in between there, right? And there's a dense medium, and then a higher than that is a less dense medium. So the light would be going upwards above the wall, and you wouldn't see it. But of course, refraction allows you to see the light bend downwards. It's going to go to your eye. And you're going to see the light appear higher, so you're going to see the light above the wall. Okay, and that's how regular refraction works, right? But I understand now with the sinking refraction. So in the case of sinking, you have the light coming from the other direction. So light is coming from above where there's less dense, and it's going towards a more dense medium. And if there was a wall there, you would be able to see the light beneath the wall. Like if there was a hovering wall, you'd be able to see the light that would be behind the wall. You'd be able to see it beneath the wall because it's bending
This makes
downwards.
no sense. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Does that make sense, Eric?
No.
Not really.
I could draw the wall. I could draw the wall to make it make sense.
Yeah, draw the hovering wall.
Yeah.
Light doesn't come down. Light
Am I
doesn't
wrong to
come
think
down.
that?
It's all the way
Hold on.
through the entire corridor that you're looking.
Is it something to do with? It could be something to do with this angle of incidence is a major factor of refraction, and it's going to be progressive over that term. That angle will constantly be changing because that defines a circle. Could that be what's happening here in your sinking example?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I just
Because
know
that
that.
light bending down would actually loom things upward.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Light bending down would loom things upwards. But that's only if the light that you're talking about. That's only because the light that you're talking about would normally be going upwards, and it's going to be loomed back down, which would make the object appear higher because the light is coming down towards you. Okay.
Holy shit,
You showed the opposite. You showed light coming
Yeah,
down.
this is very hard for us to communicate this to each other because there's people who
thought
don't
y'all
even
all
agree
had
that refraction is
all
a
this
thing.
all figured out
We're
over the
simply trying to
last 6
understand
years.
it. Zane.
Now y'all are talking to each other about what might be happening with hovering walls. I thought this was all figured out, like settled science.
Yeah, this is something that I don't expect certain people to understand.
Quit your
But me and
tactics.
Zanuck are trying to understand this, so
No, Xanax
that's what's
been
happening right
teaching
now.
me. No, Xanax been teaching me for years about this. Like it's settled. He knew everything. And now you're explaining to him how it's happening. He's going, no, that doesn't make any sense. And now you're going to use a tactic like certain people won't understand, like you're not calling me dumb. You think I'm not smart enough to figure out? I've got you figured out from 3 years ago, Kosho, military man trained in multiple languages. Remember me? That was me. I figured that out all by myself who you were. You agreed. I don't know if you were lying to me. Could have been. Because you've, I mean, that's basically what you did. You lied earlier.
Sorry, I'm back. I had a phone call.
Right.
Yeah,
That's a
Zanuck.
lie.
Yeah.
Another lie.
Yeah, if we I'm gonna make it so the walls there. Hopefully, that makes more sense.
He heard every word. Audience, he didn't have a phone call. That's just another one of his tactics. And then immediately came back and tried to cut in when I was talking. Another tactic. Thank you. That's all. That's why he has to live in this fantasy world of actually getting with a woman.
Yeah, with your wife last night.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. She told me all about you. See, we do that. But she told me what a pencil dick mother you were. And that she didn't use your name, but she used K pencil dick. So I kind of put 2 and 2 together. That must be you.
Well, yeah.
She said you were a lousy lay, bro, like one of the worst.
Well,
She
now
said
you know.
when you came, she said when you pulled out and came because you're not a real man, you don't know how to really treat a woman, that you screamed out some little girly phrase and like talked about your mother or something. Like she said it was the weirdest thing ever.
Yeah, I'm talking to my therapist about that.
I'm sure you are. Wait, it couldn't have been last night. Couldn't have been. You must be mistaken. It couldn't have been last night, right? Because I was proper treating her right without a pen. I don't have a pencil dick like you, so it must not have been last night that you were pretending to bang my wife with your pencil dick, right? Must have been another night,
I might
right?
get the days mixed up, but one of these days.
No, I know my days. See, I don't get my days mixed up. I know exactly what I'm doing and when I'm doing it with my wife.
Fair enough.
Is the pencil dick thing true?
I mean, it's her words.
Yeah, no, she definitely, but it wasn't from last night. We swing like that, man. It's cool. You should try it.
Taking notes. But yeah, I'm
sure you are.
making that wall, Zanuck. I'm just trying to.
He's making
trying to
that
make sure I
floating
get
wall
the-
for you,
get
Sammy,
this
so you'll
correct.
finally understand how syncing works so you can tell us next week how you learned all about it or that you actually know and that you're here to teach us. I'll stop. I think I've made my point.
Okay, let me see.
There's no explanation for why light behaves opposite in sinking when it bends toward the less dense medium. It says that's what happens, but why? Is it
Maybe
just
that's not what light actually does, Travis.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, that could be possible. Could be very likely. But see, that's the whole thing, though, right? If the AI is basing the answer on something that's logged in the books, then surely the reason why that happens should be there too. Or is it just what they think is happening? Again, that's my whole position, is that's what the case is. So, Kosho, can you ask it why light behaves opposite in those situations?
Yeah, let me see. Hold on.
I predict it's just going to say. I predict it's just going to repeat itself and say that's just what happens.
Who says it's light bending at all? Why wouldn't it be more of reflection or mirroring, some type of mirroring, like traveling through a medium where it's not actually bending; it just appears to bend, right? Like the pencil doesn't actually bend, just appears to bend. You know, optical illusion. Just one more optical illusion to deal with on this fantasy model. I'm now calling perspective an optical illusion, for better or for worse, because it's not reality.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. The perspective is making the water or the foreground appear higher or rise towards your eye level. That's not reality. That would be an optical illusion in my book if you're looking at it.
Good. I had never thought of that.
I'm smarter than I look. Barely.
Kosho?
Okay, hold on 1 second. I'm still making this image. I can hear you. I can hear you though. I'm kind of want to push the talk button.
What's interesting about that image that you're showing is I would want you to turn that 90 degrees and show us what it looks like from that angle.
Yeah, but the inversion wouldn't be, and then it does it or the temperature or the gradient is vertical. So, but do you mean if you were to make a gradient that was horizontal instead?
What are you representing with those three layers? Orange, light blue, and dark.
The blue is supposed to be the bottom, or the water. I'm sorry, and the light blue is the colder air, and then the orange is like the warmer air above it.
Okay, so all you're doing is rotating a surface. You still have the same surface area. I don't think why should that change?
I'm sorry, what do you mean?
You're showing us an orthographic view of light going in through one medium to the next, and you're showing an angle of incidence, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, the angle of incidence that it's intersecting that boundary, right?
So what you could do in that image is draw 5 billion rays of light going in, and they're all going to go in and hit that angle of incidence and all deviate at the same spot, right?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing is I'm drawing multiple light rays so you can see which one.
So what I'm trying, right? So let's reverse engineer this. You're looking out over distance, and there's an inferior mirage. That inferior mirage, from the egocentric perspective, I'd like to see that from the orthographic, because you're going to have to represent the mirage orthographically, right? So what you're showing us in that 2D image is an orthographic concept of what light is doing. Okay, well then just rotate it 90 degrees for me. What's the light doing then? Bending the same fucking way. Wait a minute, but that's on 90 degrees for me, right? So like if I'm standing here and you're 90 degrees from me, and the light I'm looking at is bending that way, and the light you're looking at is bending that way, like how's that work? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I guess, but if it's bending, so you're saying like if there's an observer and they're viewing it's an observer viewing some other observer, like the light that's bending towards both of them. Talking about that light?
I'm just trying to wrap my head around your
you were talking about two observers in that case, like me looking back at you.
Okay, look, think of it this way again. We're at the park. There's a large tree to your 90 degrees. It's to my 180. It's right in front of me. The shadow is stretching toward me. The shadow's not stretching toward you. You can actually see the shadow going towards me. Completely two different angles of the same target. Okay? Now, when you break down what the light's doing, you know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm talking about. The light should be doing two different things for both of our perspectives. But we're looking through the same corridor.
I see what. So you're saying there's an observer and there's some shadow or some light that we can see what it's actually shining on. Let me see what that. I'm gonna try to visualize that as like a ray instead of. Hold on. Yeah, I'm trying to imagine what would viewing that would do.
It's like this. It's like you're looking at. Okay, do it this way. We're sitting at a kitchen table, and there's a glass of water with a spoon in it. You're 90 degrees from me. I'm looking at the spoon straight on. Your spoon is not looking like my spoon. Completely different images. You see yours tweaked off to the left, and I see mine kind of stair-stepped up, right? Because it's all
right.
Yeah.
Okay, but what's the significance of that? Because we're both viewing the same object, we're viewing it differently. In that case, it's because of the way in which the spoon is actually.
But my light is bending differently than yours. even though we're looking through the exact same medium, same conditions, same everything, same angle of incidence, same everything. But I don't see the spoon bent the way you do.
Well, I think in that case, like the spoon, that's a kind of a unique, because the spoon is actually oriented differently to both of us. But if you use like a point source of light, and you used you know,
Well, there you go. There you go. Right? You kind of just did it. You kind of
What?
just worked the You kind of just worked the magic there and referred to something that you can't verify.
No, you can verify that. I'm just saying the spoon is a shape, so the shape is going to be oriented differently for me and you. But if we just use a light bulb is better because it's going to be the same from both sides.
The sun.
If we use a light bulb instead, we are going to view it the same way. The refraction
I don't see mirages and refraction in a living room.
Okay, but then put it in a glass of water. Put it like in a the same way. Like we'll put it in a glass of water the same way we put the spoon in there.
Put what in? I don't understand what you're
A
saying.
light bulb.
You want me to put a light bulb in? That's not going to create a mirage or.
There'll be refraction still. If you put some of it in the glass and some of it outside the glass.
I think that's going to work. Anyway, I think you got the idea when I spelled out the tree, the shadow of the tree kind of idea. Orthographic and egocentric.
Oh yeah, I see that.
But then that's the irony, right? Because you're actually looking at the spoon orthograph or egocentrically, and I'm looking at it orthographically, depending on what? Relativity.
Yeah, but we're both going to have two different, like, so I'm thinking about the light bulb and the glass of water now. We're both going to view whether it's the top or the bottom, they'll be in the same place for either of us, but the distortion will look different for both of us because of which way it'll be like it'll be almost like the top of the light bulbs moved over a little bit for the bottom of the light bulb, and it'll be in different directions for either of us. But I mean, that's just because it's distorted. I don't see what the issue is.
The issue for me is just conceptual. When I look at the diagram that you put up, what's the orientation there? Is that egocentric? I'm looking out straight ahead of me, right? If I'm just looking out over the ocean, I'm standing on the beach and I'm just looking at the water that's in front of me, like say 100 meters out. I'm not seeing shit, angle of incidence. I'm not seeing anything like that. Like I don't see reality that way. You know what I mean? So you could draw me a diagram and draw the water and then give me a different tone of the air and then show me a line that you think is a ray of light. But you can't go out in front of me 100 meters and get that ray of light and show me that but you can't show me that. You cannot. You can draw me a picture, but that's not science.
Okay, I'm back. You ready to have your robot AI lie to us more?
Oh, hold
I'll
on.
show you there.
Hold on
All
one
right.
second.
Can we get the bot into the VC? That way we don't have to use you as a go-between.
You can just go online and use it. Hold on one second.
Okay. DM me the website. I mean, shit, if we got a Glober bot that can do this for us, we don't even need you guys anymore. We could just let the robot double speak us and, do all the goofy shit you guys do.
Whatever you need to get off at night, buddy.
I mean, did you ever think of this? You're replacing yourself with this robot?
I'm fine with that.
Huh?
I'm fine with that.
But if we use the robot, how are you going to get paid?
I still have to, someone's gonna have to give the robot prompts, and they're gonna have to program it and all that kind of stuff.
It's already programmed. We're all set.
You say so.
I don't know. Is the robot all set or what? I thought you said it was all good. It's all good in the hood, baby.
Turns out it's not.
It's not?
Yeah, Notorious B.I.G. coming back from the 1995. Give me half.
Are they ever going to come out with? What's up?
No, go ahead. I'll just give me half a second. Go ahead. I'm just trying.
What are you doing?
Push your talks. I'm trying to make this fucking picture, dude. Hold on.
We're trying to get a bot that can replace you guys for us.
Almost done with. Travis. I made something. Hopefully, it's going to satisfy what you're asking for. Possibly. Give me a second.
It's probably not gonna. I don't even know what Travis is asking for, but I can almost guarantee it's not gonna satisfy it.
It might.
Not if you're the one doing it.
All right, take cheese. Hold on.
Your work's subpar. I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, hold on. Is Travis even still in here? My God. When he gets back to show this to him, okay? He said that the orthographic view or whatever it's called is wasn't sufficient. So I put in the corner, I put the what was the other view? The egocentric view, as he said. You might not think that. You might not be happy with that either. Ah, well. Yeah, I'm not fucking with the bot no more right now, dude. I should probably go and cater to my girlfriend. She'll get mad that I didn't say, I haven't spoken to her since she got home.
That robot was a great glober. Awesome. Wouldn't admit it contradicted itself. You're about to be out of business, Kosho. Gio, you there? Gio, are you there?
Check, check, check. 1, 2. Where's everyone?
Hello. Hello, Kosho. Hello, Bacon.
Hello, Leo.
How are you?
I'm great. I had to defend the flat Earth yesterday. Not sure if you heard it.
Why'd you defend it?
It was a type of debate. It was the steel manning debate.
Who
So I
won the debate?
Well, that's up for the audience, and at least the audience that spoke to me told me I did a better job presenting the flat Earth side, and compared to the flat Earth side that represented the globe side. Well, it wasn't hard. I just started with the claim that we observe flatness with our naked eye and put the burden of proof on the globe side. And then found ad hocs for every explanation that he tried to give. So it was quite easy. I played safe.
Hey, Bacon, are you a techie?
Yeah. Why do you ask?
Do you happen to use Linux?
I'm using one right now.
What?
I'm doing it right now.
I don't know what you mean.
I'm using Linux right now.
Are you just saying this to discuss? Do you actually know Linux?
Well, I'm using one, but don't know much about. Like, if you want to know some Linux deeper stuff, I'm probably not the person. But what do you ask?
I have a quick question for you.
Go on.
I decided I would get smart, and I bought like a 256 gigabyte SSD. Right? And I decided I would get smart and try to I would turn it into a swap partition. And then it's occurred to me since then that that was not a smart idea.
Right. Why is that?
Do you know how to make the partition not a swap partition anymore?
Sorry, could you say that again?
Do you know how to make that swap drive not a swap partition anymore?
Yeah. There's an app called Gparted.
I have that and it doesn't work.
Doesn't work?
It's like
Oh.
I bricked it to stay as a swap partition and it won't allow me to switch it.
Oh, I don't know that. I mean, if Gparted doesn't solve it, then I wouldn't know how to go from there. Where to go from there. So yeah, you need someone that knows more about this kind of stuff than I do, because I don't know much. Sorry. Good luck though.
All right, I'm going to go on my quest to find somebody.
All right, good luck.
Pro show. Pro show, you there?